infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
And when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000. Even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000. Even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000. Even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
With crimson secrets.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000. Even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000. Even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000. Even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000. Even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
with crimson secrets.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end.
Hey everyone, welcome. Welcome to the show. Good to have you.
Hi everyone, nice to have you all here.
Hello everyone, I hope you enjoyed this conference a lot.
Hello everyone, really happy to see you here.
Yeah, it's going to be a great second edition of Node Congress. We have, well, I think a super cool lineup prepared for you. And included in that lineup is, of course, the amazing lineup of MCs. So let us introduce ourselves so you know who's going to be talking to you all day today and tomorrow, of course. I am Metin Brzezinski. I work as a front-end development specialist at Miro, the whiteboarding platform. I specifically work on the platform team, and I'm responsible to create tools for external developers like yourself to build plugins on top of Miro so that you can extend the functionality of Miro of the things that you're missing. So reach out to me if you need any help. And that's it about me.
Hello everyone, I am Liz Parody. Yes, Parody is my real last name. I know it's a little bit funny. I'm head developer advocate for a very cool company called FuseBit. We focus on integrations for developers, just like you, developers that want to integrate your software with another software or with your product. So go and check it out. And I love dancing, tech communities, creating content, and I'm super happy to be here. I hope you enjoyed this conference because I'm definitely, we all are about going to have a lot of fun. And now please meet Anudara.
Hey, I'm Anuradha Kumari. I'm working as a front-end consultant at Passionate People. I love learning new things and sharing them via speaking and content creation. And apart from tech, I also like going to museums, reading books, and so on. So we have with us Ujjwal. So now meet Ujjwal.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I am Ujjwal. I'm super excited about this event. I am a Node core collaborator, and I work as a compilers engineer at Igalia. So I love building things like the JavaScript programming language for passionate people like you. And let's have 2 amazing days of talks.
And well, amazing is also the number of people that we have joining us here today. We have 5,578 people that are registered to join here today and tomorrow. So it's super cool to see that with this remote event, we can have people from all over the world joining us. And when I say all over the world, I mean all over the world. If you just look at this map, we have a plot of where everyone has registered from, and you can see that, well, basically every time zone is represented here. So I always really like that people are staying up late or waking up like super early for like the people in America that, crazy that they're still with us, or the people in Australia that they're still awake. Super cool that we have you. And of course, all the people in between in Europe, also super happy to have you.
And throughout this conference, we will also have some questions for you so that we get to know each other. And we also have questions provided by our speakers, which we will be asking you before each talk. So to participate in this, what you have to do is either scan the QR code, which is on the screen, or you can open the browser in your laptop, mobile, any device that you are using, and go to slido.com, slido.com. You have to use a code 1718. Once you enter the code, you will see questions which you can answer. And we right now have one question for you. Let us know which country are you joining us from. Go to Slido and answer it, and we will see the answers in just a bit from now.
These folks, Mateo, Alex, and Nikolai. They are our program committee who created the program for Node Congress. Well done. So if you like this conference, if you love the content, the speakers, it's because of them. And go and say hi on them in Discord. Of course, we also have to thank you, our wonderful sponsors. Prisma, TopTel, Sentry, StackHawk, DN Simple, Platform.ch, and Max. This conference wouldn't be possible without them.
Now, before we proceed any further, I have a request for you. I want you to take a photo of how, where, and what device you're joining the conference with. Maybe you're watching at home or maybe at some more exciting place. So tweet it out to us. One of the most interesting parts of the conference is getting to know people, getting to see them. And since we're missing that aspect in the online conference, I'd like to see some of you. So tweet it out with the hashtag Node Congress, and we'll be looking out for your tweets. If this is not compelling enough for you, we'll have a raffle of multi-passes to Git Nation conferences. We'll have Git Nation t-shirts and a bunch of other goodies for winning. But in order to win those, you need to tweet out your photo. So search Twitter for hashtag Node Congress to see our setup. So here's my setup, and I'm super excited. And there's a bunch of my co-MCs who are also really excited to see you. So if you're not convinced so far, you can take a look at the cool t-shirts that we'll be sending out to some of you. And way more interesting is the Git Nation Multipass. So Git Nation Multipass would give you an access to all of these amazing conferences organized by Git Nation. They happen throughout the year. So it's a really cool thing. You can check it out.
So if we're giving you too much info and you can't remember it all, I understand. But that's why we have made a website that you can view all this information. So if you're not there yet, you can go to nodecongress.com to revisit everything we've been telling you and the rest of the info that we'll be giving you in the rest of this introduction. Most important thing is that you know a little bit about how this website works. So when you log in, you have the main menu where you are watching. You can click the live stream to watch us, as you're probably doing right now. Go to Spatial Chat, Discord, or view the schedule. Then there's the video player, and below the video player is the timetable. The timetable is interactive, and the timestamps are adjusted for your time zone. All the blocks you see are interactive. So if you want to go to the speaker room or a discussion room and it has started, you can just click that to be teleported to that magical web page where that's happening. Most of these things are happening in Spatial Chat, which we will be explaining later. And also we'll have discussion rooms about very interesting Node-related topics, of course, but we'll cover that in a moment also. And if you're lost in this website at any point, you can just click the help desk button over there. And yeah, then we'll help you out because we're pretty nice people.
Just because we are not able to meet in person and doing all these remote conferences doesn't mean that we cannot hang out. So if you want to get a feel of real life conferences and talk to people during the conference, watch the talks together, we are going to have some virtual watch parties. Also, let me show you special chat. So there are discussion rooms, as Metin mentioned, which we have on our special chat. You can join these with your camera and mic, or just mic, whatever you prefer. Then once you enter the special chat, you will see a list of rooms on the left that you can join. Once you are in a room, you can see your avatar and you can move your avatar around and closer and farther from other people. So it works like in real time, where when you move closer to another person or the speaker, you will see their voice getting louder. So it's so cool, right? So go ahead, walk around, talk to people, and watch the show together.
What's even more cool are the discussion rooms. So we have a number of amazing discussion rooms planned. So first up, we have 2 discussion rooms today. There's one about Cloudflare workers, where you'll be joined by James Snow and John Cooperman. They're both speakers at the conference, and it's going to be really exciting. And then there is another discussion room also today about Dino. So you'll be joined by the entire Dino creators team, and Randall is also supposed to be there. So check it out. And for tomorrow, we also have exciting things planned. So we have discussion rooms on security with Feroz and Remix with Kenzie Dots.
To join the Discord server, use the hashtag NoTalk Q&A channel to submit all your questions for the speakers. They will be very happy to answer them and discuss topics with the community in the hashtag community channel. Hopefully you're already there. But if you're not, don't worry. There is a link on the Node Congress website. So I want to test it. Make some noise, please, on the Node Talk Q&A channel. Post your favorite emoji or GIF, or say where you're from, what you're doing, like what is the most exciting talk you want to see, like anything. Just share and let's meet together, because one of the things that I miss the most about is like conferences, like networking. So this is like a perfect space for you to connect with other people, to get to know them and ask you questions. As always, we want everyone to feel safe and have a good time during our event. We have a code of conduct at nodecongress.com/COC. Please go and read it now. If at any time you feel there is a violation, please email coc@gitnation.org and we will take care of it right away. We do not tolerate any form of harassment in any of our channels.
So if you're here and you're learning amazing new things and you're like, I need more stuff in your life, maybe that is a new job. Well, luckily we got you covered, because our partners have some amazing opportunities at their companies lined up for you. You can go to nodecongress.com/jobs to see all the vacancies that we have available. And when you're done, you can change that /jobs to /perks to see everything that our partners have to give away to you. So that includes Amazon gift card. You can win a Nintendo Switch and more crazy prizes. And of course, some discount codes for the products of our sponsors. So go to nodecongress.com/perks to see what we have lined up for you.
At the end of the day, please don't leave. Join our fun party. All the attendees will be able to join. What we'll do is we will play some code names with Kenzie Does promise to join and host it. It's going to be super fun. Other speakers will be there too. We also have Pictionary. One draws and the other guesses what it is, in case you haven't played Pictionary. I'm terrible at drawing, but I hope any of you is better, because I just draw like a little girl. But yeah, I hope some people are better drawing than me. And we also have Quick.js Tournament. I have never played that, but I heard it's super fun. So just go and check it out. And if you're not into playing, we also have a chit chat room for you.
Once again, I'd like to remind you that your feedback is really important to us. It helps us to keep the event better and make it better in the next edition. So if you have any feedback, you can go on to nodecongress.com/feedback, where you can fill a form throughout this event.
So before we announce our first speaker, let's see the results of the poll question which we just asked and find out where are you watching us from?
Well, seems like most people are from India representing. And then a lot of people from Germany, Philippines, Sweden represented.
Peru, Chile, Brazil, nice. Colombia.
Oh, I love Peru. So what's your go-to destination for your next holidays, Anuradha?
For me, it would be Germany, maybe.
Oh, nice. Well, that's not that far away. So
yes.
Good planning, environment friendly. What about you, Ashra? Where are you going?
Well, I suppose I'd go to Spain.
Nice. Well, Liz is not going anywhere because she just bought a new house, so she's out of money.
Yeah. Exactly.
Nice. Well, super cool to see so many people from all over the world joining us. I can't wait to travel myself again and interact with all of you from all over the world today and tomorrow. So let's continue. I want to take a moment to thank the Git Nation team. So the four of us are not part of the Git Nation team, but Git Nation is the company that organizes this event and all the other events that we just mentioned about the Git Nation Multipass. I always enjoy working with them a lot, and it's going to be a blast today and tomorrow. So thanks to the team, and hope to be working with you again a lot.
Let's also thank our sponsors before we start with the program. Prisma is a next-generation TypeScript and Node.js ORM that helps developers build faster and make fewer errors when interacting with their databases. Prisma also provides the Prisma Data Platform to manage databases connections, test or run queries, and collaborate on your data. So go and check them out. And now, our first speaker, James Snell. James is on the Workers team's Cloudflare and a contributor to the Node.js core. His contributions include features such as HTTP2, the WAT, WG URL implementation, and most recently, an implementation on the Quick protocol. His talk is towards a standard library for JS runtimes. Now, please go to Slido with the number 1718 and answer these questions. James is wondering, in your JavaScript applications, do you use polyfills for Node.js or Deno APIs? Yes, no, or I don't know. So, and please after or in the middle of the talk or after the talk, whenever you want, don't forget to ask the questions on Discord in the channel No Talk Q&A. Now give James a big round of applause. James, the stage is yours.
Hello, Node Congress. I am James Snell, or J.A. Snell on GitHub or Twitter. And I am with Cloudflare. I'm also on the Node Technical Steering Committee. I've been contributing to Node for, almost 7 years now. Started back in 2015, right when Node.js and IO.js were having their issues, and got them back together. So I've been around for a while. And in that time, there's been some themes that have developed over time. We have all the Node APIs that are out there. We've added a bunch of new features to Node. We added HTTP2 support and new URL parsing. And recently, we just added support for web streams, so the readable stream and writable stream API. I think 2 years ago, we implemented the web crypto API. So, there's a lot there that's happened. And over that time, we've had this kind of ongoing debate and ongoing conversation about just how standardized Node's APIs should be, or how much of the, web platform standards Node should be paying attention to. Well, since that time, we've had other runtimes that have come up. We've had Dino, which is it's absolutely fantastic platform, but it has its own set of APIs. We have Cloudflare Workers, one of the runtimes I'm working on right now. And it has its set of APIs and things that it does, and there are other environments. Look at Fastly, or look at some of the IoT devices. There's a bunch of places where JavaScript is being used now. So you have to stop and think. At some point, it's good to always kind of step back and think, what kind of APIs should we be implementing? Well, I'm here. After 7 years of doing this, here with a bit of a modest proposal. We need a standard library of APIs for JavaScript runtimes. I'm going to talk about a little bit about why I'm thinking that, and kind of what I'd like to see. So let's kick it off. Here's a puzzle. Base 64 encoding is something that is very common to many applications. We see it everywhere. In Node, we've always had this, buffer from hello to string base 64. We can, take a base 64 encoded string and get our buffer back out from it. But, what is the right way to base 64 encode data from JavaScript, right? There's this, people that have been developing the browser for the longest time, are probably familiar with this B2A function. Is it the right way? I mean, it's the only standard we have for base 64 encoding, but honestly, it kind of sucks. It doesn't handle everything that you need, and it just kind of works okay. But we really can't change it because of backwards compatibility and all that kind of stuff. So, what is the right way to do base 64 encoding in JavaScript? Is it Node's API, buffer from? Is it Dino's API? Where you import this encode function from their standard library. Or is it is the answer something out on npm, right? Where you have to go out and npm install some module once you find the right one, and hopefully you find one that is well maintained, has an active at least an active contributor that will keep it up to date and keep it moving and ensure that it keeps working with Node different Node versions, or different Dino versions, or other runtimes. And what is once you have the basic mechanism, which API here is the correct one? Unfortunately, the answer is all of them. All of them are the correct way. But having so many different ways to do something that is so fundamental is a problem. It is it just adds friction, adds difficulty to developers who are writing code that runs on the web. Amazingly, this fourth option, this base 64 JS module, has over 30 million downloads per week from npm, and it has over 1,300 dependents. And a lot of those are Node applications, despite the fact that Node has this built in. Right, but also a large number of those dependencies are, browser applications that that all they have to rely on built in is B2A, and B2A itself is lacking in quite a bit of functionality. So the answer is, all of these are the right way, but none of them are the right way, because there's always a different way of doing it. What if we wanted to have base 64 URL encoding, right? Which is a variant of base 64. Well, it turns out, even that, from base 64 to base 64 URL, that there are differences in APIs. Not all the options work. Sometimes, we have to change a few things. Fortunately, both Dino and Node have this built in as part of their, core libraries. And in at least those will work consistently with each other. But you still, start having a lot of these options. So it comes up to a very important question. Why is something so common and so widely used in JavaScript have so many different ways of doing it? And why should it matter which JavaScript runtime I'm using? Why should I, as a developer writing JavaScript, need to know, okay, is this code going to run in Node or is it going to run in Dino? right? Which one of these base64 encoding library APIs do I need to use? Oh wait, now my company's priority shifted. They're investing now in edge computing. Now it's going to go over to Cloudflare Workers. Which one of these APIs will work there? Or how do I get it to work there? Or do I need to change all of my code that does base64 encoding to do something brand new? That's ridiculous, all right? That something so common has to be such a difficult, time-consuming conversation to just, base64 to a little bit of text. What about hex encoding? All right, what are the APIs for that? Node does it one way. Again, it's consistent with the way it does base64. Dino does it its own way, which is consistent with its APIs. There's nothing you can use on the browser unless you find some, random module on NPM, and again, hope that it's being maintained. But how often do we come across hex encoding? It's everywhere. We see this all over the place. So again, why is it so difficult to find a single API for doing hex encoding in JavaScript? It doesn't make any sense. All right. What if we want to look at other functionality, comparing subsets of two different binary ranges, right? Say if you want to, see if one binary sequence is embedded in another binary sequence, what's the API for doing this, right? Is there a standard API for doing this? Unfortunately, typed arrays in JavaScript don't do this. They don't have, comparing subsets of different binary ranges. All you can do is look at an individual member, an individual item in a typed array, and compare it to another individual item in another typed array. That's all you can do. And unfortunately, Node and Dino, two completely different ways of doing this. That it just doesn't make any sense. What if we're accumulating stream data into a simple string, right? We want to, stream some data in, build a string from it. How do we do that in the different platforms? Again, different APIs. It works differently. It doesn't need to be. JavaScript runtimes have historically been very anti-standard library. This thought really, stems from this idea we'll explore in a little bit. The small core idea. The underlying principle here, the idea behind it, theory behind it is that, just let the ecosystem, all the developers, do whatever you want to do, right? Pick whatever dependency works for you. Make whatever choice, fits the best for your particular situation. And keep the runtimes small, right? Keep them unopinionated. Just implement the bare minimum that the language provides. Unfortunately, that doesn't make life any easier for the developer. It makes things quite a bit harder. You have to find the implementation of these things. You have to select which one of several you're going to use, make sure that it's being maintained, make sure that it doesn't introduce any security risks. It is open source software. There are examples of modules out on NPM being hijacked, having security vulnerabilities injected into them. There's a risk of it not being kept up to date with a particular version of Node or Dino or Workers or whatever, and then something breaks. There was some modules that fairly recently that in server-side rendering libraries that are built on an old model of native add-on APIs for Node. Well, that old model is no longer supported, and once you get past Node 16 on, they don't work as well or at all. How are you, when you start picking up these APIs, how do you know they're going to continue to work as the runtimes evolve, right? So this idea of small core, we're going to let the developers decide, is basically just a different way of saying we're going to make this the developer's problem. We're not going to, we're not going to think about it. We're going to force you guys to think about it. So this idea of, no standard library for JavaScript has actually caused quite a bit of friction. Now, granted, it has allowed a lot of evolution, faster cycles, a lot of experimentation, and really fast growth. But it just fundamentally ends up adding headache to most developers. All right, so this idea of small core. Again, what this basically means is that APIs that your runtime provide you are as minimal as possible. Essentially, the idea is only do what JavaScript does, plus a little bit more. And then whatever is missing, you would just go out to NPM or some other registry somewhere, some website somewhere, or some other GitHub repo or wherever you can find it, and just find that additional missing functionality somewhere else. All right. This allows runtimes like Node to be smaller. It gives us fewer things to maintain over time. But again, just kind of kicks the can down the road a little bit, and says it's not our problem, it's your problem if you need some bit of functionality that's not there. The idea of small core has been abused and misinterpreted to limit innovation in JavaScript runtimes. Whenever a standard API would come out, for instance, with a Node, there's always this argument, well, no, that can be implemented in the ecosystem. We don't need it here. An example of that would be the Web Crypto API. Node has a crypto API. It's had it for forever. And then the W3C developed this Web Crypto API, which does a lot of the exact same things, but in a completely different way than the Node's API. Developers started using it and started asking, hey, Node, can you implement Web Crypto? And the response was, no, small core. Small core. If you want that, you go off and implement it yourself. There's, here's native add-ons, here's ways of doing it, but we're not going to do that. And it ended up limiting the compatibility between Node and browser runtimes and other runtimes. Whereas we are still fighting interoperability issues between these things today, now that we have Web Crypto in Node. But it was that resistance, that constant fighting uphill battle for trying to get these things into Node to evolve that platform. And then you see something like Dino come along, and they're like, you know what? Hey, we're going all in on web standards. We're doing web streams. We're doing Web Crypto right from the start. Developers look at that and say, well, hey, they did it. Node, why can't you do this? And again, it goes back to small core, right? There was this constant, years and years and years of resistance to adding these new things into the runtime. There's another argument, and this is really from day one of my involvement with Node, and I've been hearing this, is Node is not a web browser. It shouldn't act like one. It shouldn't have these APIs that exist in the browser. They do different things, and honestly, they're a lot closer than it may appear. Node doesn't have a rendering process. It's not going to go out and parse HTML and render it in a window. There is a lot of stuff that Node does that web browsers don't, and there's a lot of stuff that web browsers do that Node doesn't. So, yes, the statement is factually true, but it ignores a very fundamental concept, that Node and web browsers do a lot of the exact same things. They both are used to implement applications on the web. They both need to work with streaming data. They both need to work with binary data. They both need to do crypto. There is a huge amount of overlap in functionality between these environments. And I'm not just talking just Node. This includes Dino. This includes environments like Cloudflare Workers. There is a huge amount of overlap between these platforms. So why are these platforms doing things in completely different ways? Even when they're on the areas of overlap, it doesn't make any sense. The argument has been used throughout the history to basically say it's okay for Node to do everything its own way, even if developers are doing those exact same things in browsers. And to be fair, web browsers have not really shown that they care much about server and edge developers either. Web browsers will basically get together and decide on an API, and they'll go out and say, this is the standard for this, and all of you developers go off and use that. And when, those of us that are working on Node and Edge and say, well, wait, that doesn't really work great, or we already have an API for this, why didn't you just use that? The response typically has been, we don't care what you're doing, this is what browsers are going to do. It's gotten a little better here recently, but that's, historically that's, there's been this conflict back and forth between these environments. for quite some time. And it's really coming up to this idea, well, yeah, it's all JavaScript, but we're going to do it a different way. Yes, we're both runtimes running on a server somewhere, but, we're going to do it the Dino way, or we're going to do it the Node way. And it really doesn't make any sense. And it just causes friction for developers. One example of this, the readable stream module on NPM has 105 million downloads per week with over 3,100 dependents. It works in Node, works in Dino, works on Cloud4 Workers in every major browser. But it's a Node-specific API, but it's used everywhere in many different applications. Even if you've never touched Node, you've probably used an application that is using the readable stream module. Every runtime's choice to do its own thing has very real cost, causes very real pain for developers. So the readable stream module, right? When we decide to change an API in Node, that module has to change. And that trickles down to everyone else who's using it, even if they are not using Node, right? The readable stream module, the decisions we make about what other dependencies in Node are required, trickle down. So, readable streams uses the buffer API, which means you can't just pull in the readable stream API into Node or into Dino or any other environment. You also have to pull buffer in. Readable stream is also based on Node's idea of event emitter, right? Which means you have to pull in event emitter into Dino and workers and browsers. So this choice that Node made to have this API, and the fact that so many people are using it, even if they've never touched Node, it drags on a huge amount of additional work and additional pain and additional effort for developers pretty much everywhere, like I said, whether you're using Node or not. So there's another idea here that we shouldn't pick a winner. So backing up, what this means is, so Node is a runtime, and there's this ecosystem of developers who are creating stuff that run on that runtime, and they publish those things to NPM. This idea of we shouldn't pick a winner is basically a concept within Node that says we shouldn't decide, we being the Node core developers, we shouldn't decide which of these modules out on NPM people should use. If there are two different implementations of a web framework, for instance, we shouldn't have an opinion about which one is better, or we shouldn't, advantage one over the other. Basically, just let the market decide, let the developers decide. All we're doing is providing a platform upon which these things will run. The idea of this, it's fine in concept, except when it just ends up adding friction to developers, right? And the friction I'm talking about is deciding which one of these you actually should use, which one of these is going to be maintained long term, which one of these is going to is actually going to be the safest investment for your for your application, and how are you protected against making the wrong choice, right? How do you know you're not going to end up having to rewrite your application, or things are going to stop working, or you're going to be stuck on an older version of Node that might have some security vulnerabilities because you can't update because it requires half your application to be rewritten. It's a fundamental problem, and it's not one that we should take lightly. All right, so I'm going to say just right off that, I'm sorry, this idea is wrong. It's something that we messed up on within Node. It's something that it's a philosophy I had bought into, but as time has gone, I've come to realize that that this entire idea is wrong. We need to be opinionated. Being opinionated is good. In the runtime, being opinionated about what APIs are best is what you need to is something that the runtimes themselves need to do. When there is a common need for something, runtimes should favor a single consistent common API while encouraging competition in the implementation of it. We should absolutely pick a winner when it comes to APIs. If we don't, developers suffer. A case study of this is the Node Buffer API. Buffer is a Node-specific API. It predates typed arrays. When Buffer was added, it was the only API for working with raw binary data in JavaScript. Today, Buffer extends you into 8 array, kind of, Buffer slice works differently. You have buffer includes, supports searching subranges, while uint data array does not. ToString works differently between buffer and uint data array. And there are probably more applications using buffer in the world than there are uint data array. The buffer polyfill alone on NPM has 44 million downloads a week. So this is a significant API, but it's entirely driven by Node's decisions. The need to work with Bandandiri is not limited to Node, right? But all of the decisions on what happens with that API are made only by Node, impacting millions of developers, including those of you who aren't using Node at all. And that seems wrong. That definitely feels wrong to me. The buffer API should be standardized. Decisions that impact the API should not be made by Node contributors alone, even though buffer originated as a Node API. All right, so I have a modest proposal. JavaScript runtimes should not introduce new runtime-specific APIs unless absolutely necessary. What this means is, anytime there is some bit of new functionality that needs to be added, there should be a conversation between Node and Dino and all these different runtimes and say, okay, is this something we should do? Is this something developers need? How do we do this in a way consistent across all these runtimes? Browsers are basically already doing this through venues like the W3C and WhatWG. It's well past time for Node, Dino, and others to catch up, and time for browser developers to care more about servers and edge developers also and participate in these conversations as well. It doesn't matter which runtime we're talking about. Runtime-specific APIs that have to be polyfilled in other environments are a mistake, right? If they need to be in these other environments, if developers need this functionality in multiple places, then there should be a standard API. Okay? And it should be common. Node streams versus web streams. Here's a great example of this. Node streams predate the WhatWG stream standard. It's been around for years. There are 3 different versions of Node streams in one implementation. It's been there. It's one of the oldest, most complicated APIs in Node, and it's also one of the most broadly used across the entire ecosystem. Node streams are an overly complicated mess of code and APIs, but that are horrible to use, but still work really, really well. Web streams looked at the complexity of Node streams and said, "Hold my beer." Basically, it looks like it might be an easier API, but under the covers, it is actually a very, very complicated API. Web streams aren't any less complicated than Node streams. They have about the same level of complexity. They do the same things. An argument could be made that web streams never needed to exist if you just did it the way Node did it. But we are where we're at today. We have 2 different streams API models that are used in use in JavaScript. Node streams are faster than web streams, but they both do exactly the same thing. Node controls all the decisions on what changes are made to Node streams. Right? And again, like I said, those decisions impact millions of developers around the world, whether they use Node or not. The WhatWG, on the other hand, controls all decisions on changes to web streams. And the WhatWG is not just a single organization; it's it's an open process for participating here. But WhatWG explicitly prioritizes the needs of web browsers over all other platforms. It's caused issues. All right, there needs to be more cooperation. So but let's take a step back. What's the Dino Streams API? It's web streams. Right? What is the Cloudflare Workers Streams API? Right? It's web streams. What is the Browser Streams API? It's web streams. Right? What should the standard Streams API for JavaScript be? No matter how much kicking and streaming Node developers may do about it, it should be web streams. Okay? And async iterators, that's a different story. Something else, that's a different conversation to have. But it doesn't matter that Node streams are so popular. The standard, the one that everyone should be using is web streams, and that's the direction we should be heading. The Dino standard library, I just got to make a point. They call it a standard library. It's really just a set of Dino-specific APIs they call a standard library for Dino itself. Brilliant idea. Be better if it wasn't specific to Dino. If you look through the implementation, there are a number of places where it's very specific to Dino. It's something that we can do better, right? It's something that we can continue to iterate on. But what about one key question here? What about backwards compatibility? Adding standard APIs does not mean changing or removing existing ones. A good example of this is URL parse and new URL in Node. Both of these still exist in Node. New URL is the one you should be using, but URL parse is not going anywhere. It's still there. It just has a bunch of bugs and some security concerns, and there's lots of reasons you shouldn't use it. But if you do use it, it'll continue to work. So adding these new things does not mean getting rid of the old stuff, right? But Node should follow Dino's example of having a standard library of common APIs that are not necessarily built into the runtime, right? These still might be things that you install through NPM, but they are blessed by Node, and they implement common APIs that also work in Dino, that also work in Edge environments like Workers, that work in any of these runtimes, right? They're based on standard APIs that work consistently across multiple platforms. These should not be specific to Node in any way, right? They should not be specific to Dino in any way. All JavaScript runtimes should share a common standard library of APIs that work consistently, that aren't necessarily part of the language, but still, provide common functionality on top. What functionality are we talking about? There's quite a bit. There's quite a bit here, and definitely most of these do not belong actually in the language itself, but they are things that we can work on together to drive in the platform. All right, so what do we need? And this is the crux of the modest proposal I'm talking about. A new collaborative open source effort, preferably driven by contributors to both Node, Dino, and other JavaScript runtimes like Cloudflare Workers, to develop a common library of APIs. So take basically what Dino has started with their standard library, which exists as a separate repo and separately installable pieces. Let's start there, perhaps, right? Expand that out to something that is truly cross-platform, truly multi-runtime environment that works, for Node, it works for Dino, it works for Workers, and it will work for any environment that chooses to support those standard library APIs. The underlying implementations can be different, right? Nobody says that these have to be implemented the exact same way. But the APIs themselves should be clear, consistent, and common across all of these different environments. Anyway, I'm out of time, so that's my modest proposal. I'm looking forward to conversations around this and seeing where we can go. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Thank you, James, for this amazing talk. I hope everybody learned something from you and they can apply it to the jobs or to the hobbies. So please join me on the stage.
Hey, Liz, how's it going?
All good. How are you, James?
Doing well. Doing very well.
Nice. So let's see the results of the poll. So James asked, if your JavaScript applications, do you use polyfills for Node.js or Dino APIs? 41% responded no, 32% responded I don't know, and 25% responded yes. What do you think about this poll, James? This is where you were expecting?
It's pretty much what I expected. That 33% in the I don't know. It's really interesting that that a third of the folks just aren't sure which APIs are actually being used, and whether there's stuff from Node there or not, or and where those things are coming from. It's very interesting.
Nice. So now let's move to the questions. People can still ask questions in the Node Talk Q&A in the Discord channel. We have one from Confraria. Are any Node core members part of W3C, WG, or TC39?
Yeah, absolutely. So the one thing I got to describe is Node itself is part of the JS Foundation, which is a certain type of nonprofit organization in the United States. It cannot, because of the type of organization it is, Node itself cannot join TC39, and it can't join W3C as an organization. But individuals can, right? Individuals that work for employers like IBM or Cloudflare or whatever, that where these companies might be involved with these groups, then they can participate. So we have individual Node Core contributors who are very active in TC39, W3C, and what WG is. You don't have to be a member company or anything. Anybody can participate in there, and we've been active in a lot of those conversations. So.
Thanks. Thank you for your answer. We have another question. Browsers expose a very large number of standardized APIs for users. How many of those APIs are actually relevant to server and edge developers running Node.js, Dino, or edge compute environments like Cloudflare workers?
Quite a bit of them. We've anybody's been paying attention to Node for a while, and Dino and workers. We've seen a lot of APIs like URL, right? Compression stream, decompression stream, like Dino just rolled out decompression stream, I think in 1.9 today, I think. There's all of the streams APIs, all of the crypto APIs. There's the WebSocket APIs. There's file and blob and there's a huge number of these things that are relevant. That represent functionality that is common to all these platforms. So, yes, there's a lot of the web platform ones that just are never going to be relevant, right? Like, I don't think we're ever going to see, like media rendering APIs there. But where there is overlap, there's definitely a lot of APIs that we can look at.
Thank you. And we have a comment here from JS Cars, saying that he's totally right. Most of the time, I need two mindsets. One when I work for front-end development, and other when I'm working with Node.js. So thank you very much for your talk. Now that you work in Node Core, can you tell us what is the most interesting topic that you're working on right now, or any feature, or yeah?
For Node, working on trying to get the quick protocol landed. So we're going to be working on that quite a bit more over the next couple of months, and hopefully, we'll get that landed probably about halfway through the year.
Wow, very exciting, very exciting. I hope it happens soon. Thank you very much, James. I hope you enjoyed this conference, and I hope the attendees learn a lot too. See
Fantastic.
you.
Thanks for having me.
Bye. Now I will hand it over to Anudara.
Wow, thank you, Liz. That was a great start to the conference. And before moving to our next talk, we would like to thank our sponsor, TopTal. Design your full-time or part-time freelance career with TopTal. Enjoy the flexibility of remote work with the stability of a full-time role and the freedom to choose innovative and challenging jobs with top companies. TopTal finds great developers, high-paying remote work so you can relax. And for our next talk, titled Static First Websites with Cloudflare Workers, we have with us next speaker, Jonathan Cooperman. John is a developer advocate working at Cloudflare in their emerging technologies organization. He is passionate about open source software and the open web. He spends his time learning, reading, blogging, and teaching. He is an instructor at Frontend Masters, and actually I took his course and it was amazing. The course was on web accessibility and I learned a lot from John. So thank you, John, for that. And now, before we move to the talk, John has a question for you. He would like to know, what does the A in Jamstack stand for? Your options are application, API, Apache, or artifact. So open the Slido on your device, put the number 1718 as code, and let us know what is your answer. And after the talk, we will discuss this answer with John. Also, do not forget to ask any questions that you will have on the Discord channel, node-talk-Q&A. Now, let's give a big round of virtual applause to John and put some emojis in the channel, and let's welcome John. John, take it away.
Hey, my name is John Cooperman. I'm here today to talk about static first websites. So first, just a little bit about me. My name is John Cooperman. I'm a developer advocate at Cloudflare. I mostly work in the emerging technologies org, so I work on our serverless platform, Workers, as well as our storage, some of our state, our command line utility, things like that. And if you want to find me online, I am jkup, J-K-U-P, on all the social platforms like Twitter and GitHub and so on. So what we're going to be covering today, starting with a little bit of a historical look into like early 2000s web dev, a little landscape of what things were like back then, talking about the rise of static site generators, so like Jekyll and Gatsby and all of these great tools. And then also talking about a little bit of the serverless revolution. So when serverless platforms started coming out and how they changed things for both small and large companies. Then we'll get into a little bit about what edge computing is and why it's so important. And then in the end, we're going to kind of together use Cloudflare services to decorate static websites with any dynamic content you want. Hence the name of these like static first websites that are also a little bit dynamic. So back when I first learned web development, this was like kind of the landscape. So there was a lot of like Ruby on Rails, PHP, people doing WordPress. And then almost all of these sites would also send down a copy of jQuery, as well as maybe a library like Backbone.js for interactivity. But the big takeaway is that everybody was running their own application servers. We hadn't gotten into any of these like smart hosting. There was no AWS, anything like that. We were just kind of like picking a language, picking a framework, and then doing it ourselves. And so one of the things that this meant was that when you needed to get your own app running, you needed to get your own server, whether it was like a full machine or a VPS, you had to allocate resources for your app to run. So this was like a pretty archaic process back in the day where you had to call or contact a web host. You had to go with them and pick out hardware, like how much memory you need, how much CPU you want to have. You had to pick out software, like what operating system should run on the server, what version of that operating system. Then you had to get your dependencies installed if you needed Node or PHP or Ruby. And then if it was a popular application, it meant you had to scale it yourself. So you had to get multiple servers. You had to find a way to load balance between them. If your database was getting too overloaded, you would have to shard it out onto multiple database servers. You had to figure out caching yourself. Basically, if you had a popular application, you had to become an ops person as well. So the thing that I really liked about this day and age was that all of these things, these dynamic websites, whether it's Rails or WordPress, they're really dynamic and they're really fun. They have these giant plugin ecosystems, all these tools. You can do all this great stuff with just the click of a button or a simple installed script. So when I think about WordPress sites, I think of a lot of fun things like they'll list out your most popular posts. You can add a contact form. You can add a like button. You can have comments, a good discussion going underneath your blog posts. Stuff like that is very, very easy with these dynamic sites. But there's a little bit of a downside too, which is that these dynamic sites have a lot of power. They're often interacting with your database directly or doing some file system access on your server. And so updating and staying up to date becomes really crucial. And so whether it's staying up to date with WordPress or your WordPress themes or plugins, or even the operating system on your server itself, there's always a lot of work to be done. And if you miss an update, you're very vulnerable, very likely going to get hacked in some way. So kind of reviewing this age of very dynamic web apps where you were building everything yourself was very doable, but there were some issues. Mainly we had a security issue, keeping things up to date or hackers trying to access your file system or your database. Performance was a little bit of an issue. You know, when each user is doing a database call directly, you need to make sure that you optimize your database calls and that you cache heavily. Scalability was very difficult back in the day where you had to just be your own kind of person for load balancing, sharding databases, and that quickly got very expensive. And so these are kind of some of the issues that I was always facing when I was building apps back in the day. And so I distinctly remember back in like 2009, GitHub came out with this pair of offerings. And so the first thing they came out with was Jekyll, which is the static site generator. For those not familiar with static site generators, the idea is that you have all this dynamic content locally. So you have themes and partials like a header and a footer and all your blog posts or different pages. And then on your local computer, you run a command and that will generate all the appropriate HTML files, just flat HTML files. and that's all you upload. And so you're not uploading your database, you're not uploading any scripting languages, you're just uploading plain HTML. And they also came out with GitHub Pages, which is a platform for hosting these static sites. So you could take your WordPress blog, you could export the pages, or the posts rather, and then you could put them inside Jekyll, hit Jekyll generate, and then upload them to GitHub Pages. And all of a sudden, instead of all the dynamic content, it was just flattening it out and you were uploading that. So static sites have a bunch of pros. They're almost always free to host. This is still true whether you use GitHub Pages or Netlify or Cloudflare Pages. It's very easy to find a free host for static sites. Often when you find a host, they're already placed automatically onto a CDN. And I think this is because they're just very easy to cache. There's no dynamic data, there's no decisions to be made. You can just put those HTML files on a big range of servers. They don't require any updates. This isn't fully true, of course. Like if you're using GitHub Pages, GitHub still has to go update their web servers, but it's abstracted away from you is the important part. You'll never have to go update any software. They're extremely fast. You know, browsers and servers are great at serving HTML, so it makes for an extremely fast experience. But the downside is they became a little bit boring. We lost a lot of that fun dynamicism that made sites really interesting to interact with. And so around this time when people started moving to static sites, companies kind of came up trying to make the static site experience better. So one example is Discuss, which is a comment system where you can just embed some client-side JavaScript on your static site, and it'll hit their servers and load in comments so people can kind of still interact like they used to. Another example is that social media companies like Twitter and Facebook, you know, they made it tweets that you can embed. Facebook made comments that you can replace your comment system on your static site. They made like buttons that are interactive. A bunch of companies came out with cool social sharing buttons, and Google Analytics. You could embed, again, a little piece of JavaScript on your static site. So the world sort of shifted from rolling everything your own yourself to this very safe, very fast static site, and then you would subscribe or pay for these premium services. And so on their servers, they would host some of this more dynamic data. So while this is kind of going on in the space of like e-commerce or bloggers or news articles, a similar trend is happening in app development. And so again, app development sort of starts off in this place where everything is built in, you know, PHP or Java or Ruby, and everything is server-side rendered back in this day. We haven't had any real client-side rendering libraries yet. So HTML is all generated server-side. You use some templating library like maybe Mustache or something like that. And again, just like with static sites and e-commerce, you send down maybe some jQuery so you can do some interactivity after the page loads. And so what's really interesting here is that you sort of run into this thing where you've got some pros, but you've got some cons. And so companies find out that it's really expensive to have a very popular app where you're generating all of this HTML yourself. And so the first client-side template libraries come out, and companies make an attempt where they move all of this stuff. Here's Twitter as an example. I worked there back in the day, from the server to the client. They're like, oh, this is great. Save all this money. The clients can handle the rendering. It's perfect. They launch this thing and then they find out that there's actually a lot of drawbacks to client-side rendering too, namely that it's very difficult for slow network connections or low-end devices to be able to render the site. So they move everything back to the server again. They're like, okay, this is way better. We've got, you know, closer access to our databases. We can handle, you know, initial page loads are way faster for slow devices. And then better client-side libraries come out like React.js. And so everybody moves all the way back to the client again. And so you kind of see this, I always refer to it as like the pendulum swinging back and forth, where everybody goes extreme one way, extreme the other way, back and forth and back and forth. So what's really happening here? Because it seems a little bit silly, but it really isn't. So there's kind of two things going on over the years. One, there's very real trade-offs between server-side rendering and client-side rendering, and sometimes the pendulum overcorrects a bit. And two, the landscape underneath really has changed over the years. Server-side rendering today is not what it was 10 years ago. So for those that haven't done much kind of reading back and forth, the basic kind of pros and cons between server rendering and client rendering. Server rendering is better for SEO because the search engine robots can crawl the pages. They don't have JavaScript, so they can't use JavaScript to render content. Your initial page load will always be a lot faster because it's already there, ready to go on the server. So all you have to do is send down some HTML. But you're definitely paying for a lot of servers, a lot of databases. You know, you're doing a lot of work on the server. Client-side rendering, on the other hand, while the initial page load might be slower, the subsequent page loads are a lot faster. And this is where you kind of see the landscape change with the progressive web apps start becoming very popular, where maybe it's okay if it takes an extra second to load the app because you're meant to spend a lot of time there. So once you get to twitter.com, everything you do, you're interacting, you're messaging, you're checking new stuff is a lot faster because you're not doing a full page refresh. It's a lot cheaper, you save a lot of money. But again, the downside is it's very difficult for people on slow networks or older devices to be able to handle rendering this entire app. On the other hand, while the trade-offs are very real, the landscape has changed. And so back in the day, finding a web host was kind of like almost like a mom and pop shop. You could call around, you'd find a place, maybe a local place. But these days we've seen this rise of these big cloud providers. So you see your Google, your Amazon, Microsoft, Cloudflare, providing these cloud storage services with extremely high uptime and extremely competitive pricing. At the same time, we went through this bit of this serverless revolution. So whereas before you had to really know a lot about what you were buying or what you were renting, nowadays we've kind of abstracted away the decisions about hardware. You don't have to worry about that. Operating system, you don't have to worry about that unless you need to. Scaling has become very easy. You just pay for how many requests you use. So if you get very popular, you just pay a little bit more. If you have a slow month, you just pay a little bit less. And with some of these new solutions like Cloudflare Workers or Lambda at Edge, you don't even have to worry about location. Your code deploys immediately to the whole Edge network, and users just interact with the server closest to them. So as this kind of back and forth has been happening, services became very cheap, very easy to scale, and very fast, which is a big incentive and really changes the kind of perspective when you're choosing between server and client rendering. So when we're thinking about this landscape change in terms of Cloudflare, I think the important things to keep in mind as we build what we're about to build is that everything is done at Edge. So your code gets deployed to hundreds of data centers, as does your storage. Requests are very cheap. Our free plan gets you millions of requests per month. WebSocket support, so you can choose, depending on the app that you're building, between like an HTTP response and a WebSocket connection. We can not only do HTML rendering at Edge, but we can also do HTML parsing at Edge, which we're going to get into in our example. And we have two distinct offerings for ways of having some application state or some storage that can be very quick for you too. So before we get into building, I just wanted to cover some of the Cloudflare service terminology for those not familiar, because I'm going to be using their kind of official product names going forward. So when I refer to Cloudflare Workers, that's our serverless platform. So you deploy your code, which we would call a worker. It runs at Edge, meaning it runs in all of our data centers, and it has the format of it takes in a request and it returns a response. We have a product called KV, that's our key value store, that also runs at Edge. It's very fast to read, since your data the value and your key will live at all of the data centers, but it is eventually consistent, meaning that if you update it, if you do a write, it takes a little while for it to propagate to all of the Edge servers. We also have durable objects, which is another storage offering. These are persistent JavaScript objects, so they persist to disk, and they're just this one single instance, so they're not replicated to Edge. So they're a little bit slower reads, but they open up a whole slew of things that you can do, pushing a lot of dynamic data. And then the last thing is we have a product called HTML Rewriter. And this is an HTML parser that runs at the Edge. So you can not only render HTML like Markdown to HTML, which you've always been able to do, but you can actually scan the HTML and make dynamic changes. Anything that you would be, changing if else with React, you can do that kind of stuff with our HTML rewriter. So a little food for thought before we get into it. If you were asked to build a blog and you needed to be really fast, really performant, but you also wanted to have some of these nice WordPress features like a popular post section, a like counter on each post, or the ability to add comments, what tool set would you reach for? Would you instantly go for a full dynamic app like a WordPress instance or some kind of CMS? Or would you try to kind of put something together maybe with a static site host plus a few serverless functions and kind of try to stitch it together that way? So our workflow that we're going to be using today is take any static site template. So this could be like Jekyll or Hugo, 11T, Gatsby, anything that produces a bunch of HTML files. You could even just write the HTML files yourself. It really doesn't matter. Install the Cloudflare CLI, which is called Wrangler. And then we're going to initialize a worker site project, which I'll get into in the next slide. And then we're going to go ahead and publish it. So what is worker site? So when you think about hosting these static sites like GitHub Pages, Netlify, Cloudflare Pages, the basic idea is that you take your GitHub project or your Bitbucket project and you point it at one of these services. And somehow behind the scenes, the service runs a build, grabs all of your static sites, and starts a web server. And now when you go to that URL, it routes you, just behind the scenes, it's doing everything you'd expect it to, right? And so there's a lot of ways that you can accomplish this, but one way you could do it if you wanted to build your own experience would be using worker sites. And so what this will do is it'll take that folder full of HTML files, and it'll stick each HTML file in Cloudflare KV, our key value store. And so if you have like an about.html, it would make a new entry in KV. The title would be about.html, and the value would be the actual HTML inside that file. And it'll do that for all of your files. And so what you'll end up with is a bunch of KV stores. Each one's name is the file name, and the value is the HTML itself. And then it'll also generate a simple JavaScript worker, which will just listen for all incoming traffic, pluck out that route, that file name, and go fetch it from KV and serve it. And so you can see after I grabbed that 11T base project, I ran worker sites on it, and then I deployed it. And you can see this is my KV dashboard. And on my KV dashboard, I can see all of my little file names as the keys, and the values are actual raw HTML or CSS or XML. And then accompanying that, I get this very minimal worker. So this is just some JavaScript. It takes the event request, and it goes and it gets the asset from the KV store. It adds a few headers, and then it returns it as a response. And so basically, if you take your Hugo site, your Jekyll site, your 11T site, you run the Wrangler command on it, and you hit publish, you get exactly what you'd expect. The thing deploys to a Cloudflare link. But behind the scenes, it's kind of important to know that it works between this KV store and this worker. All right, so now we can start having some fun here. We're going to use the durable object storage thing. So these are persistent JavaScript objects. And we're going to start making some of our own things like a top posts, a likes counter, something like that. So as far as syntax goes, they're a JavaScript class. They're a constructor. You can see in the constructor, we're basically saying this state storage, this is a durable objects API, get the analytic storage and keep it in memory. And if there is no analytic storage, then initialize it to an empty object. And then what we're going to be doing in the background, we're going to hit this on every request. And we're going to say, okay, get the path that the user is trying to hit. And if that path has already been hit before, increment the number of times it's been hit by 1. Otherwise, make a new entry with that path and set it to 1. And so what we'll end up with here is just like a big analytics object about each of our paths and how many times they've been hit. So in this next slide, we can kind of see in comments what it will basically look like. It'll just look like this big object where it has my first post was hit 33 times, my second post was hit 200 times, etc. And then we can just run a simple sort on it. So we sort it by value, and kind of if we want to do, we could slice off the top 5, and boom, we have this durable object that basically is doing your top 5 posts. We could do a very similar thing with likes. They're way simpler. You could have a single durable object for each path, for each page that you have, and then the likes would just get instantiated to a simple number. So you could say, this has 0 likes. When people click it, you just increment the number. So we've got this worker that's serving our requests. We've got all of the pages themselves living in KV. How do we put it all together? So option 1 is we could do it very normally. We could add a simple front-end client-side script tag to our static site. So the static site would load, and then the script would execute, and that script could like grab DOM elements, hit the durable object to get either the number of likes or the top 5 posts, and then use any client-side templating language, Mustache or React, to override that HTML content. So you'd see like this very normal, a site loads really quickly, but with some spinners, and then these async requests kick off and eventually populate the site. But the cool thing that doing everything at edge means really you can do dynamic things in the same amount of time that it used to take and even still takes to do static things. And so one thing we could do is in this little worker JS that's generated, we could actually do everything right there. So we could grab the HTML file from the KV store. We could also interact with our durable objects. We could get the top post, we could get the likes, and then we can use the HTML parser still on the server in this request to parse out certain divs like top posts and fill it with that top post data. So we can do that all as the request is waiting to process and still do it very quickly. So a little bit of like an architectural diagram here. We've got all of our users. They hit the cloud. The worker grabs the blog post from KV, grabs the durable objects from likes and analytics, and then rewrites the HTML on the fly per request before sending it down. I really like this tweet from one of the founders of the Remix app. saying that I know it's silly, but I'm getting 130 millisecond response time, even doing all of these server mutations. So the server is doing fetches, mutations, everything like that, still 130 milliseconds. So here we go. We made our site with popular posts. It's also got likes. It's also got comments, all that dynamic stuff. And you can kind of see here from my Chrome Dev Tools that we're still getting responses of like 50 to 80 milliseconds, despite doing all of this dynamic content. So the takeaways here are that static sites have capabilities that of web apps have never been more possible, never been easier to do. Edge computing means you can do dynamic content about as quickly as you were doing static content. And by taking the static first approach, your site is going to be resilient and cheap, but you don't have to sacrifice functionality. Thanks so much.
Wow, that was some amazing talk. Thank you, John. So I would like to invite John onto stage, and then we will discuss the Q&A results. So yes, hey, John, welcome.
Hey.
Thanks a lot for such a nice talk.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, so the results are in, and 68% say API, but
Yep, that is the correct answer. It's kind of funny. I was talking with my coworkers. All these years working on it, I didn't know that JAM was an acronym. And so one of my coworkers was like, you should ask what the A stands for. And I was like, I didn't know that any of them stood for anything, but looks like 68% of people know a lot better than me. But yeah, it's JavaScript, APIs, and Markdown, Jamstack.
it's actually very easy to confuse between API and application when you are saying Jamstack.
I figured that was my deceptive answer. My trick answer was application.
Okay, but few people also mention Artifact and Apache. So yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could see any of them working, but yeah, it was interesting for me.
It's interesting, but yeah, we are happy. 68%, 69% of people know the right answer. Yes, API. So it was really nice to see this overview of our evolution of web, I would say, from how it was in the 2000 to we are in 2022 now. So yeah, I mean, it's such a nice to see all the transition into static, CSR, SSR, and the flipping between them. So, okay. So I have a few questions for you for sure. So, okay. So one question I see is, why should we use Cloudflare workers? Okay.
Yeah. So I think if you're looking for a serverless offering, they're all great. I really like all of the competitors as well, but I think being edge by default, so you don't have to worry about location and you don't have to pay extra for multiple locations. When you use Cloudflare workers, they automatically deploy to all of our locations. So your users are always getting very fast results. And so with that comes incredible speed. We don't have cold starts like a lot of the VMs do. Your code's always running in V8. And then, yeah, we have full support for Rust, TypeScript, JavaScript. So yeah, I would say they're really fast, they run everywhere, they're really cheap, and support a lot of languages.
Awesome. Yeah. So I think you mentioned lots of benefits of using Cloudflare workers already. So Christina had a question like, what is the advantage of Cloudflare workers over GitHub pages?
Oh, so right. So we have like Cloudflare pages is our static site offering, or using workers with workers sites. I don't want to get too in the weeds because I love GitHub pages. I think that they're all great options for hosting your static site. The big win that I see, I guess there's two wins that I see with using our thing. One is once you're in our kind of sphere, you can quickly enable our other products. So you can quickly add like our bot detector, DDoS prevention. You're already on our CDN, image optimization, JavaScript optimization. Like we have like 50 plus products. So once you're on our site, it's very easy to just start toggling those on and off. And the other thing is that we're adding support for combining, with GitHub pages, you just have your static pages, your HTML, your JavaScript, your CSS. With Cloudflare, you can also upload JavaScript functions. So you could very easily like add a header globally or talk to a database before return. As soon as you want to do anything dynamic on top of your static site, that's where we really shine.
Okay, yeah, I mean, so I hope that, yeah, Christiana, you got your answer, and maybe you would like to play with Cloudflare pages and workers to see how it works for
Yes,
you.
please do, and let me know if you run into anything.
Yes. So I wanted to, like, could you explain maybe just from a beginner perspective, what is edge computing?
Yeah, I get this one a lot. So basically, if you think about kind of older style of hosting your application, you would always have to pick a location, right? So you would buy it or rent a server, and you would pick from a drop down, New York or LA or whatever, which means, so let's say you pick New York, then if you have visitors in Japan, then they're all having to come all the way from Japan to New York to get your data. And so what the idea of edge computing is that we have lots and lots of data centers, hundreds of them all over the world. Every time you make a new worker, any function you make gets uploaded to all of them. And then when a user hits your website, they will run the code that's closest to them. And so that's what gets us these like really, really fast response times, even if it's doing dynamic data, is that you're very likely hitting a data center in your region, almost always, no matter where you're from.
Yeah, performance.
It's a little confusing because it's like, is 2 computers edge, is 3 edge, is 5 edge? That's like a very ambiguous, but in our case, we're talking about hundreds of data centers.
Okay, so we have another question, and they want to know what is the difference between Cloudflare pages and Cloudflare workers.
Yep. So workers is our serverless platform. So you write functions that take a request in and return a response. Those can do anything. They can talk to databases. They can generate HTML, whatever they want. Cloudflare pages is built on top of that. And it's our static site hosting platform. So similar to Netlify or GitHub pages. And then with Cloudflare pages, you can have a functions directory where you put any dynamic stuff that you want. So pages is the static site host, workers are the actual functions, and then you can have workers with your pages project if you need them.
Okay, I see another question, which is like, is it possible to keep another statements in between try, catch, and finally blocks? I think relates to some code.
Is it? I'm not sure on that one. What? Yeah, let me take that one offline. I'm not exactly getting what the question
Yeah,
is.
yeah, sure. I think it's related to some error handling. So, okay, sure. So, John, you talked about HTML rewriter. Actually, I was pretty much interested in specifically that. So, could you expand a little bit on that?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things we have. So, in essence, it's just an API that can parse HTML and give you like selectors like you're used to. So you can select a class or an ID or a tag, and then you can have event listeners for every time you hit a div, call this function, basically is what it does. And then in that function, you could like replace the div with a span or something like that, or replace the content. But the cool thing is it runs in all of our data centers. So you could do it at edge. So if I'm like in Florida, so I'll hit a data center in Florida, that data center is capable of parsing and updating the HTML. So yeah, it's like a full compliant HTML parser that runs in the edge.
That is pretty interesting, actually. So
yeah, I really like it.
Okay, so just quickly, another question is, what's the difference between Cloudflare KV store and durable objects, and when should we use which one?
Yeah, that's great. So there are two, they're very similar. They both are used for managing state. KV is at the edge, so it's in many hundreds of our data centers, which means it's really fast reads because it's right there in your data center. But when you write to it, it's eventually consistent, meaning that if I put something in there and say hello world, and then I change it to say goodbye world, it'll take a while to update all like 300 of our data centers with the new message. So really fast to read, slower to update after being written to. Durable objects is not at edge. It's just a single instance. So a little bit slower reads, but instant write. So if you wanted to build like a video game, Google Docs, chat room, anything that's very, very fast writes, you would use durable objects. If you wanted to like store some data like blog posts or something like that, KV is a way better way to go. So KV if you can. If you need something really dynamic, then durable objects is perfect for that.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it really makes much more clear for me now. Thank you once again, John, for being with us today and sharing all your knowledge with us. So for the audience, you can now continue to the special chat and join John in the discussion room, Cloudflare Workers discussion rooms, and meet him there and ask questions if you have any over there. And thanks a lot, John, once again.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Bye. So now I will hand over to Metin for further talks.
And I will unmute myself so that I can talk and people can hear me. Welcome to Remote Live. So before I introduce our next speaker, I want to remind you that you can join on Spatial Chat if you haven't yet. So the Spatial Chat is now going to start hosting the discussion room with Jonathan. So follow Jonathan along to Spatial Chat. You can click the link in the timetable below. And well, it's not only Jonathan, it's the entire Workers team. I want to take a moment to thank our sponsor, Sentry. Sentry is the application monitoring platform for development teams to holistically monitor their code health from the front end to the back end to see clearer, solve quicker, and learn continuously. If you haven't yet, be sure to check out their product. It's super nice to work with. Our next speaker is Alex. Alex is a developer advocate at Prisma, where he's working to make databases easy and fun. Well, that's a big statement. He loves learning and teaching to other developers, and every once in a while, he procrastinates by preaching to other developers to adopt TypeScript. And I've actually been cyber stalking Alex a little bit, and he's also procrastinating by watching The Witcher, which I'm currently also watching. So let's just discuss that instead of development, because The Witcher is a lot more fun, right? Alex is wondering, what database are you using for your serverless apps? The options are PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQL Server, MongoDB, or another one, and let us know on Discord. So go to slido.com if you haven't yet. Enter the code 1718 and answer Alex's question. What database are you using? So we're going to start Alex's talk. If you have any questions, be sure to go to Node Talk Q&A on Discord and ask them there. And go to the channel anyway right now and give Alex a big round of virtual applause. He deserves it. Alex, let's go. Take it away.
Hello, friends. Today I'll be talking about database access on the edge with Cloudflare Workers. My name is Alex, and I'm a developer advocate at Prisma. Feel free to reach out to me after the talk if you have any questions or just any random questions or connects. So this talk will be divided into 4 sections. The first part will be about Cloudflare Workers or the edge. We'll discuss what it is, how different it is from the traditional serverless platforms, and the growing pains of serverless. The second section will take a look at Prisma and the Prisma data proxy, exploring how the data proxy helps you interact with your database on the edge. And the third part, or the third section, will be the exciting bit where we will have a demo. We'll migrate an application using a JSON file for storing and retrieving quotes and move over the data to a database and deploy it to the edge. And finally, we'll have a recap of the talk on the end. And for now, let's jump into it. So what is the edge? It seems to be a buzzword that's used a lot, but what does it mean? The edge is a form of serverless compute that's distributed. And in the context of Cloudflare Workers, it's deployed to Cloudflare's network of data centers. Now that you understand what the edge is and how Cloudflare works, let's take a look at how Cloudflare Workers are different from traditional serverless. As I mentioned before, it's distributed. So traditional serverless functions are deployed to specific data centers or region. And in contrast, Cloudflare Workers run your application code much closer to your user, which could even be in the same city. Cloudflare Workers are also significantly lighter because the platform is built on top of the V8 engine. It's the same engine that powers Chromium-based browsers such as Chrome and Edge, and also the Node.js runtime. So whenever your Cloudflare Worker is invoked, it's instead of provisioning an entire container for your serverless function, Cloudflare Worker spins up a V8 isolate that is significantly smaller. And if you've heard about the cold start problem on serverless, then you understand why this is an exciting technology. So Cloudflare Workers also provide higher performance. This is as adding on top of the first 2 points, it's because the environment is significantly lighter, which leads to a shorter startup time or even possibly none. And you also would experience lower latency whenever you invoke your function because it would be invoked from the data center that is closest to you. Now, I know this all sounds delightful, but Cloudflare Workers still suffer from the same problems that traditional serverless functions do in the context of databases. So connecting to databases is still a challenge from Cloudflare Workers. This is because V8 engine supports sending only HTTP-based connections. However, traditional databases depend on long-lived TCP connections. This becomes a bummer. The different databases present different implementations of the interfaces of how you could connect to them, which is all chaotic in its own. Database connections are also stateful, while serverless environments are stateless, meaning that you can easily run out of database connections because every worker creates a new connection pool. And when you run out of connections, requests to in your application would start failing. So how can you solve this problem? Well, you have a number of options available to you, just like in the rest of the JavaScript ecosystem. One option would be to go with Cloudflare specific solutions such as Workers key value store and durable objects. The second option, if you have an existing database, you could use Postgres, which converts your existing Postgres database into a RESTful API. Another option would be to convert to use the Postgres and MySQL drivers and modifying them to use HTTP using Dino, I believe. And finally, the gist of this talk, which is the Prisma via the Prisma data proxy. And this talk will focus on this, but feel free to try out the other options for yourself as well. So Prisma is a next-gen type-safe ORM for Node.js that works with both JavaScript and TypeScript. It supports a number of databases such as SQLite, MySQL, Postgres, SQL Server, and also CockroachDB and MongoDB, which are still in preview. The core benefits of Prisma is that it boosts productivity by letting developers query data in natural and familiar ways, and also providing a human-readable data model. Prisma also increases developer confidence with the type safety, the auto-completion, and the robust API for interacting with your database. So even if you don't use TypeScript in your project, most editors will provide auto-completion for your database queries when you're using Prisma. And the Prisma toolkit comprises of 3 tools: Prisma Client, that's the type-safe and auto-generated client; Prisma Migrate, that's a declarative data modeling and data migration tool. It generates fully customizable SQL database schema migrations based off of your Prisma schema. And the third component is Prisma Studio, that's a modern and intuitive graphical user interface for your database. And now this brings us to the Prisma data proxy. It's an intermediary between your application and your serverless, your application or serverless function and your database. It helps you manage connection pools by ensuring that you don't exhaust your connection limits that would lead to the failed requests. So when you query your database, the Prisma client would connect to your database via the data proxy that would use HTTP. Now, this is exciting because it enables you to bring all the good parts of your trusted relational database and the Prisma developer tooling to the edge. You can still adopt Cloudflare-specific data stores like Workers KV and durable objects for specific cases where it makes sense, while benefiting from querying your central database for most of your app. Now, this brings us to the most exciting bit of the talk, which is the demo. What we'll be doing is converting the application that is using a JSON file to retrieve and create quotes or getting quote by IDs, and we'll move that application. We'll migrate the data to a database and convert the existing routes to start using Prisma to query the data. Now let's jump into the demo. I've already set up the base template for the base line for the project. It has 3 specific routes in the index.ts, which is the router.get quotes over here. We can get quotes by ID, and we also make a post, which doesn't really create a new quote, but it just sends back what you sent. The project is also using Webpack. It has a minimal Webpack configuration for this to get running. I'll go ahead and uncomment the Prisma alias, which we'll use in a later section for the demo. The Prisma alias will help you resolve the Prisma client dependency correctly when you're querying a database. So let's get into it. So the first step to set up our project is to set up our project by adding Prisma. So I'll go ahead and install the Prisma CLI as a dev dependency, and then install the Prisma client as a normal dependency. We'll wait that to load for a moment. Now that we've installed the Prisma client dependency, I'll go ahead and initialize our project to start using Prisma by running the npx prisma init command. So what this command does is create a new directory in our project called Prisma with a schema.prisma file. This schema.prisma file will be used to define our data models, which would be applied to our database. The command also creates a .env file where we'll store our environment variables for the project. So for now, I'll go ahead and paste in my connection string to my database. Now that's done, I'll go over to the schema.prisma file. And to start using the data proxy in your project, you can enable it by adding the preview feature flag in the generator block in your schema.prisma file. Data proxy. That's done. I'll close this, expand this. Now let's go ahead and model our data. Our quote, as we can see over in the data.json, contains 3 fields, 3 properties, which is the ID, the content, and the author. I got this from an API on the internet, but this will be in the starter repository that I'll share before the end of this talk. So we'll create a new model, quote, which will have an ID, that's a string, and it's an ID value. And by default, we want this to be generated. We'll also have the content property, the content field, which will be of type string. We also want to have the author, which is a string. And if you'd like, you can add a created at field in your table, which will be a timestamp of when the record was added to the database. And we want this to be auto-generated using the now function. Awesome. Now we've modeled, let's apply this schema, or the schema that we just created, to our database. I'll run an npx prisma db push command to apply whatever we have to our database. Yes, since it had existing data, I'll go ahead and drop it. The next step is to migrate or seed the database with the quotes that we have in the data.json file. So inside the schema.prisma and inside the Prisma folder, I'll add a seed.ts file. And in here, I will paste in some code, which I'll explain in a moment. So what this does is import the Prisma client from our Node modules, and we are also importing the quotes from the JSON file. And since it's an array of roughly 500 quotes, we'll loop through each and every quote and insert a record into our database inside this block. The next step now is to execute this file against, and so that we can actually see the data. So I'll use TS Node to execute our TypeScript file. So npx ts node prisma seed.ts. Give it a moment. And it's done. So far, we've initialized our project with Prisma, and we've migrated our existing data from the JSON file onto the database. So the next step is to set up our project on the Prisma data platform so that we can get an API key or a connection string that will allow us to communicate with our database using HTTP. So the first step is I'll go over to GitHub and create a new repository. I'll call it Prisma CFW. For short form for Cloudflare workers. I'll make it private, create it. So locally, I'll commit my files to GitHub first, but I'll first start with initializing it, getting it. We'll git add, and then we'll commit all our files. Now that's done, we'll go ahead and import our project on the Prisma data platform. But first, let's check whether the changes were synced. Oh, I missed a step where we needed to add an origin first so that before we can actually push it to GitHub. So I'll paste in the command from GitHub. The changes have been pushed over to GitHub. So if I refresh this, we should be able to see our new changes, the changes we've just made. Cool, that's good progress. So the next step is to import the project on the Prisma data platform. So I'll go ahead and click new project. I'll give it a name, Prisma CFW. I'll import the repository, Prisma CFW. That's all good. I'll click next, continue. I'll be using my own database, and I'll paste in my connection string as well. So the Prisma data proxy will be generated once we complete setting up the project on the data platform. Now that's done. So you're given two connection strings once the project is done setting up. So the first one will be the data proxy API key, which I will copy. And the second one is your connection string to your database. I am done, so I'll click done here, and it should be are all good. So let's go back to our project. And in the .env file, I will create a duplicate of the database URL environment variable and paste the one we just created, but comment out the first one. Give it, yes. Cool, now that's done. It's time to refactor our application. Sorry, not now. So back in our index.ts file, we will replace our data.json import with the importing Prisma client. And then we'll create a new instance of the Prisma client. And let's fast refactor our fast route. So we'll make a query to get all the quotes from our database. So const quotes equals to await prisma.quote.find many. That's done. Let's refactor the getting a quote by the ID. So const result equals to await prisma.quote.find unique. And then we need to provide a where clause that requires the ID, which is from the params value over here. Lastly, we'll need to be able to create a new record. So over here, we'll await prisma.quote.create. And we will, we need to pass in the data property, which requires the content and the author values, which can be from the request body. Now that's done. The next step is to regenerate our Prisma client so that it will be able to use the Prisma data proxy. Now that you're done refactoring the application, let's now go ahead and test out the application by running the Wrangler dev command. That's ready. I'll switch over to Postman and increase my font. And this I already pasted in the command to fetch all the quotes. This works. The first time you make a request, it's sort of slow, but over time, the request time reduces. So let's copy an ID, and over here in the get by ID, let's replace this with our new ID and request for it. And yes, it works. And let's create a new quote, which I said that the edge rhymes with ledge, because I think that's a cool quote. And boom, that works. We got our response. And congratulations, we've finally migrated the application. Now, the last step is to deploy our application to Cloudflare Workers by running the Wrangler publish command. As I mentioned before, you can notice here that the project is only 97 kilobytes big, and it relatively takes a short time. So I'll go ahead and copy this command, this URL, go back to Cloudflare Workers, go back to Postman, and then replace this URL with the one that's in production. And boom, our application works. We've successfully migrated it. Now let's go back to the slides. And if you'd like to build the same application or refactor the application, it's available on GitHub. You can clone it. And if you'd also like to play around with the application, the live demo is available on Cloudflare Workers deployed. And as you can see, the whole app experience building and quickly migrating felt relatively fast. In about 10 minutes, we were able to successfully complete the whole migration process. Now, with a few final thoughts, the Edge is still in it's relatively still in its early stages, and this workflow provides one of the easiest or the simplest setups to get up and running. It would be useful if your data proxy, given that it's deployed to a specific region, is closer to your database, and also your application deployed closer to your users. The Edge is a new paradigm that makes you reason differently about data, because data is distributed. And when it comes to relational databases, distributing this data is sort of a computer science problem, because maintaining consistency across the globe, if you have it deployed to multiple regions, is a challenge. So the advantage of using Prisma is that the data proxy is deployed closer to your centralized database, so you can use your normal development workflows to build your application. And this talk, as a final recap, covered the challenges and good parts of the challenges that exist when working with Cloudflare workers or serverless platforms. We also covered the advantages that Cloudflare workers have over other platforms. We also discussed what Prisma is and what the Prisma data proxy is and the problem that it solves. And finally, we added database access to an application and then deployed it to Cloudflare workers. Thank you for listening. I hope you found the talk useful, and feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. This is an exciting time to be working on the Edge.
Super nice, Alex. That was great. Thanks a lot for sharing this with us. Don't forget, if you have any questions, you can still pop your questions in Node Talk Q&A in the Discord server. Now, I would like to invite Alex to join me on stage so we can look at the poll results. So Alex asked, what database are you using with your serverless apps? And we see 44% answered PostgreSQL. I don't even know if that's how you pronounced it. I never said it out loud. Do I say it correct, Alex?
I'm not sure it's PostgreSQL, Postgres, depends on how you prefer to say it. Yeah, but mostly probably Postgres, yeah.
Just Postgres, okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about this result? Is it what you were expecting?
Well, it's changing. I'm not completely sure. Given that also PlanetScale is new, a lot of folks might be moving over to it. So it's more of a MySQL database, but yeah, it's close to what I was expecting. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so let's jump into the audience questions. Let me hop into the Discord server. CCC Risk is asking from what I understood, the Prisma proxy is near the edge, right? But what about the real database?
It's not exactly near the edge. Right now, the data proxy is deployed to a specific region, and you'd rather deploy that as close as you can to your database. So it's not completely edge ready, but the perfect use case would be if your users are in, for example, in a specific city. But hopefully, as the edge matures, we can improve the data proxy as well as just the database access on the edge. Yeah.
So a little follow-up question for me. So I noticed that you said when the edge improved, and you said cities. Do you know if there's actually like countries that have multiple edge locations? And even like, I can imagine a country like Germany, you're in Germany, that you would have a edge server from the same company in, say, Hamburg, and one in Berlin and one in Frankfurt, something like that. Do you know if that's also a thing? Or is it like there's the German server?
I'd say yes. I think companies like Cloudflare have their data centers all over the globe, and I'm sure there are probably multiple data centers in Germany, for example. So yes, it's possible. Yeah.
That's super cool. Yeah, things are speeding up. Nice, thanks. Next question is from Hail to the Wood. How would you suggest about going about migrating a larger scale application towards using something like Prisma Proxy? For example, one that is currently using serverless functions, talking directly to DynamoDB.
Prisma doesn't currently support DynamoDB, so this would be a bigger challenge. I'm not sure I would have any best practices, but right now the Prisma data proxy is also in early access, so we wouldn't recommend you to use it in production. However, you can still use it to just experiment, provide feedback so that we can also prepare it to be generally available to everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. Then another question. What's the difference between the serverless, CDN, and the edge? And I will add
Good
to that.
question. It's so these are similar but still different concepts. The serverless is like a deployment architecture where you don't really have to worry about your infrastructure at all, or just managing any servers that are involved when you deploy applications. Now, CDNs or content delivery networks it's a network of data centers that are deployed all over the globe. For example, Netlify and Cloudflare, where you can run your application as close as possible to your user. And the edge takes this a step further and deploys. Now you can run sort of computation logic now as close as possible to your users. I hope that's a good enough explanation for our viewers. Yeah.
Yeah. So to debrief that, a CDN is the same as an edge server, but just less physical locations.
It's almost the same in that CDNs are mostly used to serve assets or deploy applications. We're already using it with the application when you deploy it to Netlify, and they have their data centers all over. So it's mostly been used to serve, for example, static assets. I could be wrong, and feel free to correct me on that. Yes.
No, that's also what I understand. But there's always smarter people. So if you want to correct us, do so on the Discord server.
Yeah.
For now, we don't have any questions. So if you have any question, be sure to type them. And to give you some time, I will ask Alex about The Witcher. So Alex, we were just discussing this.
Yes.
Can you give me your best impersonation of Henry Cavill's?
My throat is a little sore right now, so I can just say.
Oh, I think it's pretty good.
I hope so. I hope so.
You sound properly Witcher level annoyed.
Of course, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So there's no questions coming in. I see no one is typing at the moment. So we are just going to cut a little bit shorter to the break. So Alex, I will release you. If you want to talk to Alex, you can do so on the spatial chat. Alex is going to jump there now. So if you want to continue the discussion about Prisma or database access on the edge with Cloudflare workers in Prisma, you can do so on spatial chat. So Alex, thanks a lot for being with us here today, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh, thank you for having me too.
Bye-bye.
Yes. Bye.
All right, everyone. So we are now going to take a little break, and we'll be back in 14 minutes. And after the talk, after that, we'll have a talk from Liz Parody, who you may know is also one of our MCs. So she is kind of playing two roles here today. Super fun. It will be great. So hope to see you again in 13 minutes by now. Bye-bye.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
With crimson secrets.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000. Even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
if I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience.
Welcome back from the break. I hope you had a glass of water, a stretch, and now let's get to more talks. Super excited. But before we go to the talks, let's talk about Mux, which is the video platform for developers. You can stream beautiful videos to any device and monitor your video performance with easy-to-use API. Learn more at mux.com. This is one of our sponsors, so thank you very much for sponsoring this conference. And now, the next speaker is actually somebody I know very, very well. Is my favorite speaker because it's actually me. It's the first time I'm hosting and also speaking in a conference, so I hope you like my talk. So Liz is a community, well, I will talk about myself. So I'm a community software engineer focused on JavaScript. I'm head developer advocate at FuseBit, and I organize different events such as JSConf Colombia, Pioneers Developers, Startup Weekends, and I've been a speaker in different events like Empire.js, Node Congress, NodeConf, Managing JS, Pioneers, and I love sharing knowledge, promoting JavaScript and Node.js ecosystem, and participating in key tech events and conferences to improve my network and knowledge. So thank you for attending my talk, and and my talk is called Mastering Error Handling Node.js. So I am interested in the following question: an HTTP error 404 is an operational error or a programmer error? You can answer this after or between the talk. The number one, So don't forget to ask your questions on Node Talk Q&A, and just give me some emojis and some claps in Discord, please. And now the stage is mine. Hi everyone, I am Liz Parody. I'm head developer advocate at a really cool company called FuseBit, focused on integrations for developers. Thanks for attending to my talk. Today, I will be talking about mastering error handling in Node.js. This is my Twitter handle, LizParody23, and if you want to create awesome integrations, check out FuseBit.io Twitter account. Error handling should be always taken into considerations when coding, because we all want to write code that works, but errors happen in every single application, from small startups to big tech companies, and developers need to decide what to do about those errors. Handle it, suppress it, ignore it, maybe notify the users, report to the team, retry, but how many times? Because one does not simply write a code without bugs. And that's a fact. So this is the agenda for this talk. First, we're going to see the types of errors, operational errors and programmer errors, because there are different strategies for the different types of errors. Then we will see how to handle those errors, and finally, patterns to improve error handling. So let's begin. A big part of programming is just finding and fixing bugs. So it's important to do it like a pro. Sometimes we're trying to fix a bug, we create 3 more, or even we break the whole application. So if we know the best practices of error handling, it's possible to reduce debugging time, improve the code, detect errors faster, and avoid creating more errors when fixing a bug. Now, let's first identify the type of errors. We can divide all errors into 2 broad categories: operational errors and programmer errors. The operational errors are runtime problems experienced by code that is well written. So the code doesn't have any problems, no bugs. These errors are caused by something else, some external circumstances that can disrupt the flow of the program execution. Some examples are The system itself, for example, when the system runs out of memory. The system configuration, there is no route to a remote host, maybe because the host is offline, or if you're trying to connect to the incorrect port. The network, when you experience sockets hang up. Remote service, a 500 error, which is the famous internal server error. There is something wrong with the server that is not very specific and is not related to your code, the internet, or your computer. It's just an error with the server. Fail to connect to the server, maybe because you don't have internet. Fail to resolve hostname when you have a typo in the hostname that you're trying to connect with. Invalid user input. For example, the user needs to enter an email address, but the email is invalid, or any other invalid input provided by the user. Request time out. For example, the server took way too much time to respond and it fails. A database connection is lost, perhaps due to faulty network connection. This is an example of a system itself running out of memory, socket hung up, database connection lost, invalid input, 500 error or remote service error, and no Wi-Fi, which can cause fail to connect to the server error. When you experience these kind of errors, there is not much code we can do to fix it. File not found is an operational error, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything is wrong. These situations do not arise due to mistakes in the application code, but they must be handled correctly. Otherwise, they could just cause more serious problems. There are 5 main techniques to handle operational errors. First, retry the operation. If you're experiencing a 500 error or fail to connect to server or the server is overloaded, you can just wait and retry to connect in a few seconds. Network requests to external service might sometimes fail, even if the request is completely valid. Such issues are normally sporadic. So instead of reporting it or notifying, you can retry the request in a few times until it succeeds or it reaches the maximum amount of retries. If the HTTP status code is 500, 503, or 429, it's a good idea to retry after a few seconds or retry using the exponential backoff strategy, which is delaying the follow-up retry and progressively increasing the delay for each consecutive retry. The second is report the error up to the stack. In many cases, it's a good practice to stop the flow of the program execution, clean up any unfinished process, and report the error to the stack so that it can be handled appropriately. This is useful when a function doesn't have enough information to handle the error directly. The third one, notify the client. For example, if the error is caused by invalid user input, like an incorrect email address, you should let the client know and make sure to include the information that you need to construct the error message that makes sense to the user, like invalid email address. When dealing with external input from users, always assume that the input is bad by default. Validate the input before it's sent to the user so they can address it before starting any error handling processes. The next one is abort the program. Another solution is just abort the operation in cases unrecorded system errors. The only thing we can do is to log the error and terminate the program immediately. Clean up what you started and start again. That's it. And finally, do nothing. Yes, just do nothing. Sometimes there's nothing you can do about it to operational error. There's nothing to retry or abort. There's no reason to crash the program. An example might be if you're keeping track of a group of remote services using DNS and one of those services falls out of the DNS. There's nothing you can do about it except to log a message and proceed with remaining services. Error handling is about what failed and why. The distinction between operational error and programmer errors, it's important to figure out how to deliver those errors and how to handle them. Now let's check the programmer errors, which are the errors where developers have control and can be fixed by code. Programmer errors are just bugs in the program. Those can be always avoided by fixing and changing the code or the logic. There are 6 types of errors that can be found in JavaScript. First one is type error. It's an error when an operation can't be performed because the value is not an expected type. For example, when you see kind of a property of undefined.
or pass a string when an object was expected, or require is not a function. In this case, the variable of a parameter is not a valid type. You can also get this error when attempting to modify a value that cannot be changed or use a value in an appropriate way. The second one is syntax error when you're missing parentheses, a semicolon, or quotation marks inside a string. All of those are syntax errors and are super annoying. Sometimes they're so difficult to find because the syntax of the code is incorrect. The next one is reference error. When you reference or call a variable or object that doesn't exist or is outside the scope of the executing code. For example, referencing the variable number where there hasn't been defined. Those three are the most common, but there are other three that are not that common, but is useful to know. Range error is an error you receive when a numeric value exceeds the allowed range. For example, if I have a numeric range from 10 to 20, numbers outside this range will get a range error. Or when the maximum call stack size is exceeded, likely because of a problem with a recursive function within your JavaScript code. The function keeps calling itself indefinitely. URI error. It happens when the encode URI or the code URI functions are used in an incorrect manner. URI is Uniform Resource Identifier. For example, if you want to decode percentage signs, it will throw an URI error. Eval error. When you use eval function in an incorrect manner, this exception is not thrown by JavaScript anymore. Now it's used syntax error instead. That's why I don't have an example here because you will probably never encounter this error. The eval error object remains for compatibility. Now that we know the 6 types of JavaScript errors you can find, the question is how to handle them. Node.js supports several mechanisms for handling errors that occur while the application is running. How these errors are reported and handled depends entirely on the type of error and the style of the API that is called. There are 4 main ways to deliver an error in Node.js. The first one, exceptions. Throw the error for asynchronous operations. Callbacks. Pass the error to a callback, a function provided specifically for handling errors and the result of asynchronous operations. Promise rejections. Pass the error to a reject promise function using async await. Event emitters. Emit an error on an event emitter. Now let's see the first one, exceptions, or throwing the error, which is a very common way for functions to deliver errors. All JavaScript errors are handled as exceptions that immediately generate and throw an error using the standard JavaScript throw mechanism. When you throw an error, it becomes an exception and needs to be caught somewhere in the stack using a try-catch block. If the error is allowed to populate the stack without being caught, it becomes an uncaught exception, which causes an application to exit prematurely. As we can see in this example, if there is no handler, the Node.js process will exit immediately. I will throw a reference error because Z is not defined. Throw delivers an error synchronously, that is, in the same context where the function was called. If the caller or the caller's callers use try-catch, they can catch the error. In none of the callers, the program usually crashes. Callbacks. The second way of handling errors is callbacks. Callbacks are the most basic way of delivering an error asynchronously. And because of the synchronous nature of Node.js, callbacks are heavily used. A callback function is processed as an argument to another function and executed when the function has completed. If you have been working with JavaScript for a while, you have probably seen the callback pattern a lot. Node.js uses the error-first callback pattern in most of its asynchronous methods to ensure that errors are checked correctly before using the results to open operation. This callback function is usually the last argument to a function that initiates an asynchronous operation. For example, the realFight method here expects a callback function and its last argument and is called once when an error occurs as result is available from the operation. For example, here at the end in the console log. The first argument is the error. If there is an error, it will be available in the error argument. If not, result will contain the expected result of the operation. It is important to control the flow of the content of the callback function by always checking for an error before attempting to access the result of the operation. Ignoring errors is unsafe, and you should not trust the content of result before checking for errors. This is an example of how use callbacks to throw a type error. Any caller of the square function here will need to pass a callback function to access its results or error. Note that the runtime exception will occur if the callback argument is not a function. Also, we want to avoid at all costs callback hell. A callback instead of callback instead of callback with multiple catch statements can get very messy. Now, callbacks are still used for handling error asynchronously, but they are out of fashion because since Node.js version 8, the most popular way of handling errors asynchronously is async await, the third way of handling errors. Promise rejection using async await. Promises are the modern way to perform asynchronous operation in Node.js, and they're generally preferred to callbacks because this approach has a better flow that matches the way we analyze programs, especially with async await pattern. If you use callbacks for async error handling, they can be converted to promises using the built-in utpromisify method. For example, here's how the fs read file method can be made to utilize promises. The read file variable is a promiseified version of fs read file, in which promise projections are used to report errors. These errors can be caught by chaining the catch methods, as shown, for example, here. You can also use promiseified API in an async function, like in this example. This is a predominant way to use promises in a modern JavaScript because the code reads like asynchronous code, and the familiarity of try-catch mechanism can be used to handle errors. It is important to use await before the asynchronous method so that the promise is settled, fulfilled, or rejected before the function resumes its execution. If the promise rejects, the await expression throws the rejected value, which is subsequently caught by the surrounding catch block. You can utilize promises in a synchronous function by returning a promise from the function and placing the function code in the promise callbacks. If there is an error, reject with an error object. Otherwise, resolve here the promise with the result so it can be accessible in the chain. Then method or directly as the value of the async function when using async await. Finally, event emitters. For more complicated cases, the function itself can return an event emitter object instead of using a callback, and the caller would expect to listen for error events on the emitter. In other words, return an event emitter from the function and emit the event for both success and failure cases. An example of this code is shown here. The emit count function returns a new event emitter that reports both success and failure events in the asynchronous operation. The function increments the count variable and emits a success every second and an error if the count is divisible by 4. When count reaches 10, an end event is emitted. This pattern allows the streaming of results as they arrive instead of waiting until the entire operation is completed. Here's how you can listen and react to each event emitted from the emit count function. As you can see here, the callback function from each event listener is executed indefinitely as soon as the event is emitted, 1 second at a time. The error event is a special case in Node.js because if there is no listener for it, the Node.js will crash. This is what happens when you don't put the error event listener and you run the program, just crashes. For the most part, we can join callbacks and event emitters in the same bucket of asynchronous error delivery. If you want to deliver an error asynchronously, you generally want to use one of the other, callback or the event emitter, but not both. Finally, the last section of this talk, which is patterns to improve error handling. The first one is use error classes. Creating a global error class, in this case, called application error, that extends other different error classes that are more specific to what you're doing, in order to have different layers when you're handling your errors. One layer is, for example, a database layer, another one is user-facing error, and so on. All of these have very specific error cases. You can model those error classes into separate modules. That way you can easily import the module and test against the application error. Anything else will be unexpected errors. The second pattern is make message errors as expressive as possible. Return proper errors status and codes. If it's 500 or 504, and just make the errors very descriptive. The next one is util promisify. Some projects and APIs only support callbacks instead of async await, and it's not possible to refactor. So you can use promisify because it's very useful for this case. The next one is adopt TypeScript. TypeScript is a strongly typed superset of JavaScript. Its primary design goal is to identify constructs likely to be errors without any runtime penalties. By adopting TypeScript in your projects, you can eliminate a whole class of programmer errors at compile time. For example, it was estimated that 38% of bugs in Airbnb codebase were preventable by TypeScript. When you migrate your entire project to TypeScript, errors like undefined is not a function, or syntax error, or reference errors should no longer exist in your code base. Migrating your entire Node.js application to TypeScript can be done incrementally, so you can start getting the rewards immediately in crucial parts of the code base. The next one is stack traces. A stack trace is a list of method calls that the application was in the middle of processing when the exception was thrown. You have all the information for where you awaited your promises. Highly recommended to use as much as async await as you can. If you don't, you will lose valuable debugging information. Number 6, automated testing. The JavaScript language doesn't do much to help you find the mistakes in the logic of your program, so you have to run the program to determine whether it works as suspected. The presence of automated tests makes it far more likely that you will find and fix various programmer errors, especially logic errors. They are also helpful in ascertaining how a function builds with atypical values. Using a testing framework such as Jest or Mocha is a good way to get started with unit testing for Node.js applications. Finally, you should know that in JavaScript and Node.js, there's a difference between an error and an exception. An error is an instance of an error class. Errors that might be constructed and then passed directly to another function or thrown. When you throw an error, it becomes an exception. Here is an example of using an error as an exception. Throw new error, something that happened. But you can just as well create an error without throwing it. Callback, new error, something bad happened. And this is a much more common in Node.js because most errors are asynchronous. It's very uncommon to need to catch an error from a synchronous function. Conclusion. Proper error handling is a non-negotiable requirement if you're aiming to write good code and reliable software. By employing the techniques described in this talk, you will be able to handle it correctly. Thanks for watching. Happy coding!
Okay, that was a fantastic talk. Thank you, Liz, so much about errors. So I would like to call Liz on stage so that we can discuss the questions and poll results. Hey, Liz.
Hello again.
Yeah, it was awesome talk. I loved your code. One simply doesn't write code without errors. Yeah, that's totally true. So
it's true.
Yeah, so you asked the question, HTTP error 404 is operational or programming error, and 57% of people say it could be both. With 28% say it's an operational error, with 9% neither, and it changes, but 4% it's a programmer error.
Yeah, that's actually right. If the majority of the people that responded the poll is correct, because 404 can be both. Usually it can be an operational error because maybe there is a typo in the route. For example, a route is the /contact and the person typed it /contacto, and that would throw a 404 because it's, because it's not found, right? But sometimes, and less frequent, it can also be a programmer error because the requirement could say that the route should be contact, but the programmer creates like a different route by mistake. So the people is right. You will learn a lot in this talk. So good job.
Yeah, you did a great job explaining all the errors. Yay. Okay, so let's take a look at some questions. So Argentile1990 asks, does infrastructure as code and the DevOps approach blur the line or complicate deciphering between operational and programming errors?
So what I read doing this research and everywhere is like there's always going to be two types of errors. Like sometimes errors can be both, like we just saw, like 404 can be both, but there is like this distinction always. So yeah.
So yeah, there will always be distinction depending upon the use case. Yeah.
Yeah, depending on the use case, and sometimes one error can be both,
Okay, so yeah, totally depends upon the context. I hope they got the question answered. Okay, so we have another question. Again, I think that is what we just discussed is, can error be both operational and programmer error, or is it one of the other? So yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, sometimes you have both operational and programming errors as part of the same root problem. For example, if a HTTP server tries to use an undefined variable and it crashes, that's a programmer error. And any client we request in flat at the time of the crash will see an error, but typically reported as a socket hangup. So it can be, basically it can be both.
Okay, nice. I mean, errors are so fascinating. So, and we have a question. Is it possible to keep another statements in between try, catch, and finally blocks?
No, it is not recommended to include any statements between the section of try and catch and finally blocks, since they form one whole unit of the exception handling mechanism. So it's not recommended. Yeah, it will throw an error if you do that.
Okay, talking about these errors, I was wondering what are some kinds of, let's say, annoying errors that you have come across while coding?
Yeah, for example, blocking the event loop can be super annoying because it could be easy to block the event loop because of the single threaded nature of Node.js, but also invoking a callback more than once. I have done that. I'm sure a lot of people have done that too. Or expecting callbacks to run synchronously, since no. Or showing errors from inside callbacks. Like those are errors that are very common and they're very annoying. And it's like, oh, I did this again. Or the typical error to just forget like a semicolon or like a parentheses or whatever, and everything crashes. Yeah, those are annoying. Or I guess errors in general can be super annoying because sometimes it's like the simplest thing ever and it's just so hard to find. And sometimes their errors are super hard and you just like know what to do. So yeah, errors are a big part of programming, and I was very excited to give this talk because this is a big part of it, and knowing how to handle those errors depending of the use case is very important.
So yeah. I mean, so there are these different kinds of errors and super annoying. What's your approach? Like, how do you tackle these? How do you debug? And what's your approach? There are multiple ways in which we can debug the errors and all.
Well, the first thing I always do is just console log everything. I'm a big fan of console log. Some people there's other techniques like async trace. There is like different techniques. You can also use like an APM or external tools for debugging. But there's like a whole new different talk, how to debug applications.
I always keep reading all these different ways, but console log, nothing beats console log. It's super handy. Okay, so another question from Metin. And I read something this week about a global error catcher, something like report error. Did you see this new API? Or did you take a look at it, this new API?
No, I didn't see it actually. I should check it out. Thank you, Metin. Like now we all know about this new API. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds interesting. Global error catcher. Yeah. Okay. So tell us, let's something. Is there something that you would like to elaborate more in your like talk? Like you gave a super nice talk. So is there some point which you would like to elaborate on, which you missed?
I would like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like the audience if they can just in the Q&A Discord channel, if they can tell me like the errors and what errors they have, what are the least favorite errors or what are the easiest errors for them or the most difficult. Like I would like to read their approaches on errors. So if they can, like on Discord, if you can answer those questions or
So yeah, do let us know what were some of your errors which you found, and we will take a look. And there is another question, which is, what is the most time you have spent on debugging an error, and do you recall it being worse or better than expected?
Sorry, can you repeat again? What was the what?
Sure. So what is the most time that you have spent on debugging an error?
Okay. For me, I think it was like a whole day. Like I couldn't figure it out. It was a while ago, and I was just spent like a whole day thinking about this error. And then, as usual, like sometimes it's really good like to just completely disconnect and go to bed or wait or go for a walk or anything, and then just come back and you can actually solve the error like magically, because maybe you come with a different approach or you have a different mindset. So because sometimes when you're stuck in an error and you just try and try and try, it's just like in a loop, it gets harder. So sometimes disconnected can be, that maybe I should include that in my next talk. Like disconnected is also a form of error handling, like just
sometimes when you see it with fresh eyes again, and then you can suddenly have that moment, yes, this was the error.
Sometimes like I don't know if that happened to you, but sometimes I even before, like when I was like coding a lot, right now it's like I'm developer relations, so I do less coding. I could even dream about coding, and it's like I would solve the errors when I was sleeping, and it's like, oh no. but yeah.
I think so. JS Scars asks, what is your opinion about TypeScript versus TDD?
Well, I really like TypeScript. I think it can solve a lot of problems, and also test-driven development. I guess that's what you mean by TDD. I mean, there is no like a big difference. I mean, there is like there are two different things. Like one is TypeScript, which is what I say before, and the test-driven development is just, it covers the test case before the software is fully deployed. Like that's what we have, CI/CD and all that. So I think both of them like tackles different things. So I would use them both really. Like
they have some different use cases, and we should be using them both maybe to have a less error system.
And you, Anuela, I would like to know what type of errors, which one is your least favorite, or your most rememberable error?
I hate the kind of errors in which it was very very easy, like just at my site and I couldn't see it. I mean, I'm debugging the whole thing, just going deep into the code, like, and analyzing lots of stuff. Yeah, this, that, all big stuff. And then it turns out to be that maybe a single loop issue or sort of that. A very small issue, just one line change or one word change and you are done. So once I remember I had this very peculiar issue with concat, array concatenation and all. So like these are always super confusing. Some of the functions are returning errors, some of them are mutating, and you are using one or the other, and then your result is totally going haywire.
Yeah.
So okay. Yeah. So that's all question which we have, and thank you, Liz, once again for sharing all this information with us. And audience, you can still continue the conversation with Liz. Go over to the spatial chat and join the Liz speaker room, and you can still talk to her. Thank you, Liz, for joining us again. Bye.
Thank you. See you on the other side.
So before moving to the next talk, thanks again to our sponsors, StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to automate application security testing against Node applications and backing REST or GraphQL APIs. Find and fix security bugs before they hit production with stackhawk.com. And we welcome our next speaker, Colin. Colin is a member of Node.js Technical Steering Committee, a LibOff collaborator, and a Happy.js core team member. He is the author of Pro Node.js for Developers and co-author of Full Stack JavaScript Development with me. Colin is currently an engineer at AWS working on GraphQL and serverless architecture. Today, he will be talking about out-of-the-box Node.js. But before we move to the talk, he had a question. Have you ever had a bug in your Node.js application, but couldn't obtain the proper metrics to fix the problem? Yes or no? So go ahead, open the Slido and use the code 1718 and let us know what is your answer. Before we start the talk again, if you have any questions, do not forget to ask them on the Discord channel, node-talk-Q&A, and drop lots of emojis in the channel, and let's give Colin a big round of virtual applause. Colin, the stage is all yours.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to my talk titled Out of the Box Node.js Diagnostics. So this talk is about getting diagnostics information out of Node.js without using a lot of third-party tools. So just for a little bit of background, getting diagnostics out of Node used to be pretty hard. Node used to kind of follow a small core philosophy, which meant that a lot of functionality was left up to NPM modules. So we had things like Node Inspector for debugging, Node Heap Dump for capturing heap snapshots, Long John for asynchronous stack traces, and things like that. But over the years, a lot of work has been put into diagnostics specifically and how we can improve them in Node. But a lot of people might not be aware that these things exist yet. And for most use cases, you can do a lot of debugging and getting information out of Node just using the Node executable and Chrome. So a lot of the content in this talk is actually from the official CLI documentation if you want to look that up on your own. And this talk also assumes the latest version of Node 16. So one of the oldest ways to get diagnostics information out of Node was via debug environment variables. So if anyone has ever used the debug module on NPM, it's very similar to that. So you can use it to log a lot of extra information from Node's core during execution. And there are actually two flavors of this. So there's Node debug for getting information from JavaScript land, and Node debug native for getting information out of the C++ layer. And so whenever you start your executable, you just specify this environment variable with a comma separated list of the subsystems that you want to listen to, as shown in the example at the bottom of this slide. And so whenever you run your executable or your application, the it will dump a lot of information to standard output. You can see kind of an example here. The subsystems are prefixed with their names, so net and HTTP2 in this example, and then the process ID, and then various debugging information. So whenever a connection is established, a connection is closed, and things of that nature. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was warnings in Node.js. So warnings are used to let the user know about that they're doing things that are potentially risky and we kind of advise against. So there are a handful of flags that you can use here. The -- no warnings flag will disable all warnings. You might not want to do that. The -- redirect warnings flag can be used to take all warnings and dump them into a file somewhere so that you can look at them later. And then the -- trace warnings will actually print a stack trace whenever a warning is encountered. And this can be really useful for, a warning is emitted, but you're not really sure why. It could be coming from deep inside of your node modules folder. So the stack trace will actually kind of give you more insight into what's going on. And so an example of that is shown here. So if you were to require the sys module, sys is an ancient module from Node's core that has been long deprecated, but is still there. We don't want people to use it. So whenever you require it, you'll see this deprecation warning is printed. And then you can use the -- trace deprecation flag, as I mentioned before, the trace warnings flag to see where in your code that's coming from. So if you look at the arrow I have in the stack trace here, you can actually see it's coming from example.js on line 1. And so it's very easy to kind of tell what's going on. So one thing to note here is you'll see in the message dep0025. So all deprecations in Node are given an ID. So you can actually go into Node Core's documentation. We have a specific site page just for deprecations. You can look up that deprecation ID and kind of get more information than what's available in the stack trace here. So the next thing I want to talk about are deprecations, which are similar to warnings. It's a specific class of warning. And again, we have similar flags for dealing with them. So we have the no deprecation flag. If you don't want to see any deprecation warnings in your code, then, if you know what you're doing, then you might want to use that. We also have -- trace deprecation, which prints a stack trace similar to the warnings flag that I showed a little bit ago. And then we also have throw deprecation, which actually will throw an exception anytime you use a deprecated feature. Now, this isn't something you probably want to run in production, but in your CI code or when you're doing testing, it's very helpful for kind of finding things that you need to address and kind of move out of your code. So we have a similar example here. Again, this is require sys because a deprecation warning is just another warning. So here I've used the -- throw deprecation for the same code as before. And in this case, you'll actually see a thrown exception, which is nice because it does some kind of highlighting of the stack trace. So you'll notice that a lot of the stack frames here are grayed out. Those are things that come from like Node's core, for example. And the line that is still in black with the arrow pointing to it is the line in your code where the deprecation is coming from. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was synchronous IO and how you can find it in your code. So synchronous IO blocks the event loop. This used to be a real performance killer. It still is to an extent, but now we have worker threads, which can kind of mitigate things a bit. But either way, you probably don't want to block your event loop if you don't need to. Especially if you're running an application like a server where you have multiple requests being handled at the same time. If you block the event loop on one of the requests, then all the other requests will suffer as well. So when you're setting up your server, it's fine if you're doing synchronous IO during the startup phase, but once you start moving to serving traffic, you probably don't want to allow that. And so you can use Node's trace sync IO flag to report any synchronous IO that happens after the first turn of the event loop. And so an example, which I have here is we're using a set immediate so that we know that we're now moving on past the first turn of the event loop, and then we're synchronously reading a file from the file system. And so read file sync does a couple of operations under the hood. It opens the file, it will also stat the file, read the data from it, and close it. And because all of these are happening synchronously, they'll all result in individual warnings. And so you can actually see in the stack trace that's provided here, open sync, try stat sync, read sync, and close sync are all being called out as synchronous IO after the first turn of the event loop. And of course, if I were to remove the set immediate here, this would not report any warnings because we would still be on the first event loop turn. Next, I wanted to talk about tracing uncaught exceptions. So again, you might have an exception thrown in your application code. It could be coming from your node modules directory, or if you just have a large application, it could be hard to kind of find it. And the stack on the error itself might not actually correspond to where the exception was thrown from in your application. So you can use the trace uncaught flag whenever you run your application. And in addition to printing out the error in its stack trace, as you see above the red arrow here, it will also print out this thrown at information and kind of give you the path into your application where the exception was thrown from. We have a similar flag for tracing process exit. So again, if a node module were to call process exit, and you have no idea in your application what's going on, you can use trace exit and it will show you where in the code the exit call was coming from and also what the exit code was. So you'll notice here, exited the environment with code 0. Now I want to move on to talk about unhandled promise rejections. So by default in JavaScript, unhandled rejections are ignored. This is largely okay in the browser, but this can cause a lot of serious problems if you're running a server. And so, this was kind of reported to Node on an ongoing basis, and Node.js decided that, starting with Node 15, we were going to change the behavior of unhandled promise rejections to now throw an exception. So this is useful because, say you're serving multiple requests at the same time in your server and you're opening file descriptors and promise rejections happen and nothing, the rejection is just swallowed. It's possible to get into a state where you're actually leaking file descriptors and other resources. And, this can cause memory issues and just leave your server in a bad state. So the new behavior makes it a lot more explicit what's going on and allows you to better deal with your promise rejections. So you can configure this behavior from the CLI. If you use the unhandled rejections flag, you can change the various behaviors. So right now we support 5 different modes of unhandled rejections. Throw and strict will both turn a rejection into an uncaught exception. Throw is the default as of Node 15. Throw tries to emit an unhandled rejection event before throwing, whereas strict will move straight to throwing. So one kind of gives you the better opportunity to handle the rejection first. And then there's warning mode, which will display a warning to the console. Warn with error code, which is the same as warn, but also sets the process exit code to 1. And then none, which is the JavaScript default of swallowing unhandled rejections. So here is a quick example with unhandled rejections set to strict. If I call promise.reject and pass in an error object, it will turn into an uncaught exception, and you can kind of deal with it that way. So you'll see the error message and the stack trace just the same as if you were to say throw new error in this case. So next I wanted to move on to talk about the tick processor, which is available in V8 that I don't think a lot of people are aware of. It's a command line based sampling profiler. And it's nice because it can show you in its output where you're spending your time in libraries as well as JavaScript code and C++ code. So it's pretty comprehensive. And so the way it works is you'll run your application with the --prof command line flag, and this will dump the V8 profiler output into a file. You can read the file if you want, but it's not really meant for human consumption. So what you'll do is after you collect that information, you'll run Node again with the --prof process and pass in the name of the log file that was generated. And so you can see an example of that at the bottom of the slide here. And so this is an example of what the processed output will look like. So you'll see, at the top, it shows you where you're spending your time in shared libraries. And then the next section shows you where you're spending your time in JavaScript code. You'll notice here that we have two functions, process immediate and normalized string, and both of those have an asterisk in front of them. The asterisk means that V8 was actually able to optimize the code in that function. And then the bottom section is just a breakdown of where your application is spending its time in C++ code. So starting a few years ago, Node and V8 actually started having first-class support for the V8 inspector, which is essentially just Chrome's DevTools used with Node applications. So if you've done any type of browser development or even Node development in the past few years, there's a good chance you've seen Chrome's DevTools. It includes things like a step debugger, profilers with GUI interfaces as opposed to the CLI-based one I showed before. And so the way that you actually set this up is you start Node with the --inspect flag, and then you can actually specify the host and port that you want it to listen on your machine. By default, it's going to listen on 127.0.0.1 port 9229. And then you can also set it up so that as soon as you start the application, it will set a breakpoint for you. So you don't have to worry about doing that by hand. And that's with the --inspect-brk flag, which works other than the breakpoint in the same fashion. And then one security tip is be careful if you're going to bind to address 0.0.0.0 or anything else that's really a public address on your machine. This used to be the default for Node, and it was reported as a security vulnerability because if you have a server can be reached publicly, and you're bound to a publicly exposed address like that, then technically it's possible for an attacker to actually connect to the debugger and start kind of messing with your code and runtime. So that's just something to be aware of. So next I wanted to talk, just continuing with the V8 inspector example, the text at the top kind of shows you how you would run it, node --inspect break example.js. It will print out some information. So it tells you where the debugger is listening, via this WebSocket URL, and then point you back to the documentation if you have, more questions or need to do additional reading. But you can, the picture at the bottom here just kind of shows you what it's like whenever you're dropped into the DevTools. Again, a lot of people have probably seen this before, but if you haven't, this is kind of what you can expect to see. One of the nice tools that is available in Chrome DevTools is a CPU profiler. It shows you what functions are executing over time. I want to point out that this is not the same as a flame graph. A flame graph actually takes stack traces over time and kind of consolidates them into one larger stack trace, so you can see where your application is generally spending its time. If you're looking for flame graphs, there's an excellent tool on NPM called 0x that you can play around with. But as far as CPU profiling goes, Node actually has a couple of command line flags that allow you to manipulate the CPU profiler without actually needing to go in and do this by hand. So if you pass the --CPU prof flag, it will collect a CPU profile for you. It will start the profiler when the application starts up and then write out the profile when your application shuts down. The CPU prof dir flag allows you to specify where you want your profiles to be written to if you need to change from the default location. Similarly, the CPU prof name flag allows you to give your profile a different file name. And then the --CPU prof interval flag allows you to define the sampling interval of the profiler. So if you needed to, sample the stack more frequently or less frequently, you can control it there. And then, of course, you can also go into DevTools in the UI and collect profiles by hand if need be. And so this is what the DevTools view of a CPU profile looks like. So there is a kind of a region at the top that shows a high-level view over time of the CPU activity. And then the highlighted window is shown at the bottom with the colored stack traces, so you can actually see what functions were being called. So you'll see a lot of, in this example, module.run main as well as require. So you can, from looking at this, you can kind of understand that this is the startup phase of your application where a lot of modules are being required and configured. And then the behavior kind of changes after that to be more, more dependent on the traffic that you're serving. So another nice feature of Chrome DevTools is heap snapshots. So these are very useful for seeing what's going on in the JavaScript heap and really, really helpful if you're trying to debug a memory leak. So you can actually take a snapshot at one point, let your application code run for a while, and then take another snapshot and compare them. And you can, if you'll notice, like, before you're in the first snapshot compared to the second snapshot, there are a ton of new objects that aren't being cleaned up that could, help you trace down the memory leak. And so you can manipulate all of these things from the CLI as well. So the -- heap snapshot signal allows you to capture a heap snapshot if you send a specific signal to the process. And then there's also heap snapshot near heap limit. So it'll automatically try to take a heap snapshot for you when you're almost out of memory. This is not guaranteed to always work out because it does take additional memory to collect the heap snapshot, but it's definitely something worth investigating. And then similarly to the CPU profiles, you can collect these manually via the DevTools UI if you have a breakpoint set in your code. So this is just a quick look at the heap snapshot view. So it shows a list of every type of object broken down by its constructor. And then it'll show things like the object count. So in this specific example, there are, looks like 4 event emitters in the code. The shallow size tells you how much memory that actual object is holding on to. And then the retained size actually follows the pointers from those objects to tell you kind of the cascading effect of holding this object in memory. And so you can do a lot of useful things here while you're trying to track down memory leaks. The next thing I wanted to talk about was TLS connection tracing. So it used to be if you wanted to diagnose TLS issues, you had to have the OpenSSL client set up and pass some command line flags and things like that. But now you can get that information directly from Node.js. So the -- trace TLS flag from the CLI will dump all of the same information for all TLS connections. Just so you know, this will be very noisy, so you definitely don't want to enable this in production. You can also set it on the individual socket level with TLS socket.enable trace. And then you can also set it whenever you're setting up a socket or whenever you're setting up a server with the enable trace option passed to create server and TLS connect. Again, this will dump a ton of information, so just be prepared to sift through it. The next thing I wanted to touch on was postmortem debugging. So the way this works is you'll actually use the abort on uncaught exception flag to create a core file of your application. And it's very useful because you get the entire state of your application, but there are a lot of downsides. So first, you have to set up your system to collect core dumps, which is not usually the case by default. But you also will need an external tool like LLNode to be able to inspect the core file and see what's going on in there. And while LLNode is extremely powerful, it's constantly trying to play a catch-up game with changes to like the heap representation inside of V8. So it can be very hit or miss as far as from one version of Node to the next, how well it works. But you can actually inspect, JavaScript objects. You can see a mixed C++ and JavaScript stack trace. But, I would definitely say this is for more advanced use cases, and like I said, your luck may vary from version to version. So in Node, we wanted to have kind of a lower barrier and something simpler than postmortem debugging. So we introduced something called diagnostic reports. This is a human readable report containing all types of information about the process presented as a giant blob of JSON. And you can generate these under different conditions, such as a crash, sending a signal to the process. You can do it programmatically through an API, et cetera. And so this includes lots of things like information about the operating system, the process, what's going on in the libuv thread pool as far as handles and whatnot, the C++ stack, the JavaScript stack, and a lot more. I guess one thing to kind of note is this can contain sensitive information such as environment variables, so handle them with care. So to generate a diagnostic report, we have a collection of CLI flags that you can use. So report on fatal error is, if there's a C++ crash, you can create a diagnostic report. Report on uncaught exception is, basically what it says. If there's an uncaught exception in JavaScript, a report will be generated for you. Report on signal, if you're passing, signaling the process. You can configure which signal you want to listen on, so you can do that via the report signal flag. Report directory and report file name are used to configure where you're going to store the diagnostic report and what you want it to be named. And then there's a -- report compact flag, which will kind of make it a single line of JSON so that it's a little more easy for machines to consume. And so just a real quick look at what a portion of one of these looks like. I've created this one via the process.report.getReport API. You can see a subset of what's available here. So it has things like the report version. So this allows Node to version the reports for backwards compatibility reasons. The event that triggered this. So this was a JavaScript API call to get report. The file name, in this case, it's null because this was just dumped to memory. When it was collected, process ID, thread ID, a whole bunch more stuff. So I definitely encourage you to play around with these. And as I said before, these can contain sensitive information. So handle them with care. If you need to share them with other people, you may need to redact some information by hand, but it's just JSON, so it shouldn't be too tough. And so that's everything that I had for today. Again, thanks for coming to my talk, and feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, GitHub, anywhere. Thanks, everyone.
Wow, that was some in-depth diagnostic information about Node.js. So I would like to invite Colin on stage with us, and we will discuss questions, answers, and the poll results. Hey, Colin, that was terrific talk.
Hey, thank you. How's everyone doing?
Yeah, I hope everyone is like writing lots of stuff with the pen and paper. So you asked a question. Have you ever had a bug in your Node.js application but couldn't obtain the proper metrics to fix the problem? And 82% has answered yes. So
yes.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that some of the information that got out of the talk today might help with that in the future. I think if the same poll was asked 5 or 6 years ago, the answer would have probably been a lot closer to 100%. It used to be a really tough thing to do, and yeah, the project has just made a ton of progress since the old days of Node.
Yes. I mean, even 84% is a lot, but yeah, most of people don't, know about the new things coming in and all. So I see lots of good comments in the channel. That was lots of knowledge, amazing talk. And I did not know anything that he said. So, people learned a lot today. That was a cool session. Lots of stuff that I didn't know about. Wow. Yes. Awesome. Okay, so one follow-up question on your talk would be, where can I learn more about the things that you mentioned in the talk?
Yeah, so two places really. First, if you go to the official Node.js documentation, and then on the left-hand side, there's all the different subsystems inside of Node. If you scroll down to the command line, I think it's CLI or command line interface documentation. This talk came almost exclusively from that page and all the information there. And then if you also go onto the Node.js website, there's a section called guides, and we have guides on different things like getting diagnostic information, creating flame graphs, running your application in Docker, and just a whole variety of different things like that.
Okay. So yeah, do check it out. For anyone who is listening here, go check out all those documentation and learn more about it. So after this talk, like lots of people have learned new things and they would be interested more in diagnostics. So let's say someone is interested in working on Node.js diagnostics. So is there a way that they can get involved with it?
Absolutely. So if you're interested in actually working on the project, you can come to github.com/nodejs/node. That's where the project really lives. But we also have a diagnostics working group, which is a team of people who kind of specifically dedicate time to improving diagnostics in Node. And I believe the URL for that is github.com/nodejs/diagnostics. And you can go there, and if you're really interested, join the working group and contribute back, or just kind of follow along and see what people are talking about.
Awesome. So there's a question by Azentile1990. What are some of the areas you still see improvements could be made in diagnostics with Node.js?
That's a good one. So I touched on postmortem debugging a little bit. I would love to see postmortem debugging get better. Unfortunately, that requires kind of a lot of cooperation with V8. And not that they don't cooperate, but I don't know that they see as much value in it. And then I would also like to see flame graphs have a kind of more first-class citizenship inside of Node. So right now, that's one of the few things I briefly touched on in the talk, where you would actually still have to go outside of Node and DevTools to be able to look at. So I think that would be a great addition.
Yeah, that definitely looks like a great addition. Jota developer asks, any Node.js application or library that helps to visualize or collect all those diagnostics locally that you could recommend, like flame graphs, aside from Chrome DevTools?
Yeah, so DevTools will be the main one. I'm trying to think. So I know NodeSource has a distribution of Node that has a lot of like diagnostics things built into it. That's going to be more proprietary. I think you may have to pay for it, or they might have a free trial. I think there's a module out of Nearform called Clinic that has a lot of this stuff integrated with a nice little UI. So I would look at those two things first.
Okay, thank you. And CC Chris asks, which diagnostic techniques do you recommend having Node.js in a serverless environment?
In a serverless environment. So it's kind of tricky there because you probably don't have access to all of the same things. Like you can't just, create a CPU profile and easily get it out. For serverless, you're kind of more at the whim of the provider, I think. So, for example, I work at AWS and Lambda has pretty good diagnostics information. You can run Node.js there, have logs go into CloudFormation, or I'm sorry, not CloudFormation. Can't remember off the top of my head, pressure, but there's a logging system there. You can have the logs dumped to, and just, other integrations with AWS services that you can take advantage of. But yeah, in a serverless environment, some of these things from this talk may not apply.
Okay, so I have a question for you because you are a part of Node.js TS committee. What are some of the features that is something which is coming up or you are looking forward to, excited about? Anything like that to share?
So this is a really little thing, but you and I were actually talking about this backstage. Sometimes when you would log things from your Node application, when you are connected to DevTools, it would show up in the console instead of in DevTools. And there was actually a pull request opened recently to try to improve that. So I think that's one of those, it's a small thing, but a nice UX improvement.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that. That would really be a great addition. Small, but still it will be impactful, I guess. So, okay. You touched lots of points on diagnostics. And actually, before your talk, we had a talk on errors in Node.js, right? So it was a very nice transition from errors to showing all the diagnostics and in Node.js and how you could do stuff like that. I have a last question for you for sure. Like, what are some of the responsibilities for you as a member of TS committee? Like, I'm really interested in that.
So the technical steering committee is kind of the last resort as far as like resolving any types of conflicts and technical decisions. Ideally, nothing should come to the TSC. Everything should be decided on GitHub amongst the collaborators. Sometimes we get to a point where people have strong opinions and an issue just can't progress. And the TSC will often then be pulled in to make a decision, occasionally even have to vote on it. But yeah, I would say that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I do not see any more questions, but I'm sure people got a lot to explore after this talk. So they are going to do lots of Googling and GitHub and stuff. So everyone let me just, I'm still seeing the poll. So yes. So if you have any other questions for Colin, you can still talk to him in his spatial chat. So Colin will be available in his speaker room. And thanks a lot, Colin, for such an in-depth and wonderful talk. It was great and people have learned a lot. Thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thanks for having me.
Bye.
Bye.
So we are going to have a break after this. So you can still go ahead and participate in Colin's speaker room and also in the Dino discussion room with the Dino team. Check out these things in the timeline on our website. And after the break, we are going to have lightning talks and a block of talks on Dino. Do not miss them. Come back before the break is over. See you in a bit. Bye.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000. Even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
And when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
with crimson secrets.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery.
Hey everyone, welcome back from the break. I hope you all got some nice refreshments and are ready to get back at it. I, for one, have just been chatting here backstage and forgot to refill my water, so I'll be thirsty the rest of the evening, or day, whatever time it is for you. I wanted to remind you that we're nearing the end, but it's not over yet. So there's still time to enter our raffle to win a Git Nation multipass. So go to twitter.com and send a photo of your setup, how you're watching the conference, and use the hashtag NodeCongress. I also want to take a moment to thank one of our sponsors, DNS Simple. DNS Simple makes your domain management exactly that, simple. Whether you're running a side project or reselling domains, DNS Simple helps to set you up for success with worry-free DNS, SSL, and domain management. Thanks a lot for helping us out. And now it's time for our lightning rounds. We are going to run them one by one. Sneeze, sorry. Okay, I'm back. We're going to run them one by one, and it's going to be lightning fast, so be sure to stay seated. We are going to have Anthony, Chris, Scott, and Shadrach coming one by one, so be sure to enjoy it. Let's go lightning talk, speakers.
Hey Node Congress, Scott Gerlach, Chief Security Officer and co-founder here at Stackhawk. I hope you're having a great conference, learning lots about Node. Let's talk about Stackhawk. Quickly, Stackhawk is a dynamic application security testing tool. You can use it to test your running HTTP applications and API endpoints for security bugs and keep them from becoming vulnerable. You can use Stackhawk to run active security tests on your running REST API, GraphQL API, SOAP API, server-side application, and single-page applications. Stackhawk was built for automation and CI/CD to be part of your robust testing strategy for your application development lifecycle. It also makes finding, understanding, and fixing security bugs easy. How does Stackhawk work, you ask? Great question. StackHawk runs active security tests against your running applications to ensure that your application is handling user input and output in a safe manner, as well as implementing OWASP Top 10 best practices for application security. We can do this against your running application on your local host, in CI/CD workflows, and against applications that have yet to be published on the internet. We also made dynamic testing fast by placing the scanner as close to the application as possible, and by using open standards to inform the scanner, Open API spec, GraphQL introspection queries, SOAP WSDL. In addition to the scanner tuning we've made, most StackHawk customer applications scan average around or under 10 minutes. Finding and fixing security issues is simple with StackHawk. Our focus as a company is to help developers find and, most importantly, fix security issues. The StackHawk scanner and platform are built around this simplicity model. The scanner is configured via YAML that lives with the code for the application that you're testing. When StackHawk findings are triaged, the platform is trying to give you the simplest version of the information needed to help you quickly understand what the problem is with simple descriptions and examples of patterns to help you identify the anti-pattern, be able to recreate the issue with tools like simple curl command to replay the attack, and get you into debug mode, stepping through code as fast as possible to help you fix issues and get back to your regular job of creating value for your customers. All of this is CI/CD enabled. Again, you can integrate this into your CI process and, importantly, get feedback into the CI process on scan findings. This information can be used to break a build if you choose, based on severity of untriaged findings. Most of the major CI player logos are shown here on this slide, and even if your particular one isn't, chances are pretty good StackHawk will work in your platform as long as it can run a Docker container. If you can run Docker, you can run StackHawk. You can also see here StackHawk integrates with your workflow and information tools. We can notify you of your scan results in a Slack channel, publish that information to Datadog, or send you a simple webhook message that you can then use to process and do with the data what you choose. Let's take a look at what running the StackHawk scanner looks like. As you can see here, I've got a standard server-side application. This one is a polls app that I want to test for security issues. So over here on my command line, I've got a simple Docker command that I ran. So Docker run StackHawk. I fed it the StackHawk YAML. We'll look at that in a second. As you can see, it did a standard crawl looking for all the interesting things on the web page that it could, and then it did an attack. So it actively attacked this application for potential security issues. When it was all done, we've got a summary of these findings. So I've actually got a SQL injection issue that I need to take care of. You can see that it's new. I also have a cross-site scripting issue that I've done something with before. I actually made a ticket out of this. So now it's in an assigned status. We've got a bunch of other things that we can look at as well, but let's take a look at those too. Down here at the bottom, we actually have a link to this scan. So we can actually take this link and paste it into a browser. By the way, output in a CI/CD system would look very much like this because this is the standard output. So if you did choose to break a build, you would have this same link in CI/CD output. So we can go over here to our web browser and jump right into the scan that we're looking at. We were just looking at this exact same scan. We've got this SQL injection issue that we can look at quickly. You can see that we've got a SQL injection issue. We're quickly describing what SQL injection is, how to remediate it, what it's about, and what risks it might pose to an application. We also have links to different language frameworks that show you the pattern of how to prevent SQL injection in Spring, Laravel, Django, and Rails, so that you can help identify the anti-pattern that we're looking for. Let's take a look at this particular issue here. So we can see that on the polls SQL path, we have a post method that has some kind of an issue. Over on our right-hand panel, we've got a request and response of what the scanner actually did and then came back with. So we can see that the scanner made a request here against the application and it responded in some form or fashion. We can actually see that the scanner made a case when injection here. So we could replay this if we wanted to. This is all helping you understand what the scanner is trying to do and what issue it thinks it's found. But interestingly, we've got this really cool validate button up here. As I mentioned before, this validate button gives you a curl command of exactly what the scanner did to identify this particular issue. So you can copy and replay this attack against an application. Let's take a look at that StackHawk YAML. Here you can see the code that I've used to build my polls application. Inside of this repository, I've also stored the StackHawk YAML. The StackHawk YAML is how you configure the StackHawk scanner. So you can see the important information that's in here is, where do I find the application I need to test? In this case, it's running on my local machine, so localhost 8020. What environment am I in? And what is the application ID? That is the minimal amount of information you need to run a StackHawk scan against your application. There are other pieces of information that help tune the scanner to your application, such as authentication, how to handle cookies and CSRF tokens, as well as things you don't want the scanner to scan. If you wanted to add OpenAPI spec or GraphQL, minimal additional configuration is needed to make that happen, to point the scanner at those industry standard definitions of REST API and GraphQL. Now let's say we don't have time to fix this particular issue. We need to get this feature out for our customer, but we do want to fix it. So we can push this quickly to a Jira ticket. So I can send this to a Jira Cloud or Jira Data Center ticket right now from this particular screen. So I can push this issue straight out to Jira, and now I can prioritize that and bring it back out of the backlog when I'm ready to do it in the next sprint or in the next epic. As you will see, this has now turned into a triaged status issue. So when we come back here to our summary of findings, you can see that our cross-site scripting has been triaged and our SQL injections have been triaged. The next time the scanner finds these things, it will remember that you have triaged them already and it will stop trying to bring your attention to it. If you've configured builds to break, this will undo the build break mechanism and your build will continue as normal. I hope you enjoyed my talk today and perhaps learned something new about how StackHawk could be integrated into your development workflow. If you'd like to check out StackHawk and see how you can integrate it into your development process to keep pushing the limits on software development quality, you can always start a free trial at stackhawk.com, and StackHawk is always free to use on a single application. Thanks for watching. I hope you're enjoying Node Congress. Have a great day. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, my name is Chris. I'm a solutions engineer at Sentry, and I'm here to talk to you today about monitoring errors and slowdowns in JavaScript. Sentry is code monitoring for developers. So we tell you when your code's broken, and we tell you when your code is slow. We're not infrastructure monitoring. We're not analytics monitoring. Specifically, live at the application layer, and we're designed for developers. Today, we're going to talk about two main areas, the error monitoring and performance monitoring sections. We'll head to docs.sentry.io, take a look at the Node documentation, simple npm install, and initialize the SDK with sentry.init and a few configuration options. Very easy to get started. We land here on our demo site, where we're going to purchase some e-commerce products. We notice that the products endpoint is taking a while to load, so we'll come back to that in a little bit. Go ahead and add some products to the cart. Check out and wait to get our products, and we see an error. So without something like Sentry, we're not going to know that something was wrong, both in terms of that products endpoint being slow, as well as, more importantly, in terms of having this error. So what we'll see here is at the current time, we just get an error and it shows up in Slack. We can see that it's a 500. We can see it's happening in production. We can see the release it went out at. Maybe this was something that got released earlier today, recently. But we know it's happening in production. It's important. We're going to click through. Here we're on the issue page. This is the who, what, when, where, and why of the error. We can see what the error is. So it's 500. It's happened 45 times to 22 unique users. It's happened however many times in the last 24 hours, and this many times in the last 30 days. Looks like it was originally seen back 5 months ago, and it was most recently seen, understandably, because we just triggered it a few seconds ago in this more recent release. We can see that the user was on Chrome. They were on Mac OS X. We get a little information about their email address and any other custom tags that we've set here. We've got the stack trace that tells us the error type and message. You can see, all right, if the response wasn't okay, then we're going to manually call capture exception for the Sentry SDK. Sentry attaches to the global error handler, and it'll automatically capture any uncaught, unhandled errors as well. And you can also manually, for instance, if you're handling errors, like in this case, you can also manually capture them. Breadcrumbs give us a sense of the user journey leading up to the error. So what was the user doing right before the error occurred? You can see that just before there was a post request to the checkout endpoint, some print statements, a click, The other thing that's really important to mention is we're seeing a human readable version of this. So if you have your raw minified stack trace, because you have bundled JavaScript code that's been minified, you're going to see something not useful like this. When you upload source maps, you're going to be able to see the original human readable source code. We also have integrations with different source code management tools. So for instance, you can see these suspect commits. And this gives us a sense of who might have committed code that caused this problem. We can also see that there's a child error event, and we can trace that across. There's another project, in this case, our Node Express app. And we can see that there's a different error message, not enough inventory for product. It's happened 87,000 times to 85,000 unique users. So clearly this is not a new issue. It's happened a lot more frequently in the last 24 hours and 30 days than the prior issue. We can see what was most recently seen, and first seen. All the same deal, the who, what, where, why, when. So there's not enough inventory for the product, and we throw a new error. So at this point, we've traced it down to the root cause. We can consider this solved and turn our attention to performance. So if you recall, we're back here. We clicked on the products endpoint, and we saw that there was some slow performance. Now, we can also see that reflected within Sentry itself. You can see a number of Google's web vitals, so just the standard SEO related things, like how long it takes for the biggest thing to show up on the page, the first thing to show up on the page. And we can also head over to look specifically at our general transactions. You can see there's a user misery score that's quite high here for the products endpoint. So if we didn't already know what we were looking for, we'd be able to see this. This is also configurable if you have endpoints that you know are going to take a long time. But basically, it's a way to helpfully see what are different transactions that are taking a lot longer than we expected. We'll click through to here, take a look at some of our recent transactions. And we can likewise see this shows a lot of different resources and assets the browser's loading. You can see the React components were mounted and being updated. We're able to expand this and see that in our backend project, there was an HTTP request that took about 7.2 seconds out of the total 7.8. So in this case, there's a slowdown. It looks like most of these things are not contributing to it, but this is the culprit. Here on this page, we also get context. We have similar breadcrumbs. So what was the user doing and during the time leading up to this point? Any more information here? We have a bunch of different tags we can access, as well as we can also use Sentry's tracing feature to head over to, again, our Node project on the back end and realize, okay, this is where things are actually going wrong. So it looks like there's some database queries happening here. And in this case, looks like we're doing some sequentially. So we're fetching individual product IDs rather than all of the products at the same time or a set of product IDs. So this might be an area where there's room for improvement. So we traced it from the front end over to the back end without having to do a bunch of looking at logs for both applications. Sentry's goal is to basically consolidate all the context that you need to solve errors and performance problems and put them in the same place, automate a lot of the things that would have taken your time. At this point, we could go back. We could also even set up an alert in the same way so that we get notified in Slack in kind of the same way. So you might see if we go back to the products page, we can create an alert directly from here. That'll give us a sense of the transaction / products. Let's say if it's above 8 seconds, it's considered critical. If it's above 4 seconds for this transaction, and maybe 6 seconds, it's considered warning. And consider resolved if it's below 3. And you can see that reflected here. So what we can then do is add an action. So maybe on critical status and warning status, we email the team. And on critical status, we also go ahead and send something over via Slack. So now we're going to be helping ourselves to surface any problems with this endpoint, this transaction in the future. We've surfaced an error. In this case, it showed up in Slack. We had instant context into, okay, is this important or not? Do I need to do something with it? We clicked through and we got the who, what, where, when, and why of the error. We looked at how many times it had occurred, how many people it was affecting. And when we decided it was worth our time solving, we dug in, we traced it across to a different project that we had that implemented Sentry, and we went ahead and found the root cause. And that tracing feature is going to be enabled if you just have 2 projects, 2 applications that both have Sentry initialized and configured correctly. But that's a very easy thing to do. Performance monitoring, same deal. We surfaced a slowdown. We figured out what went wrong. Thanks everyone for watching, and good luck smashing those bugs out there.
to Node Congress. Today I'm going to give you a demo of the DNSimple Node client in 5 minutes. First, I install the DNSimple client using npm. Once that's done, I need to go get a token. I'm going to get it from my Sandbox account now. This token is going to let me use the API. Once I have that token, the next step is to install .env, which is going to allow us to pull the token value from an environment file. Now that that's done and I have the token set up, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to write the first bit of code. I just want to check to make sure that I can actually authenticate using that token that I've created. As you can see, it's pretty straightforward. We require the client. We're going to set the base URL to the Sandbox URL to start with so that we can do testing there. I pull the access token from the process environment. And then the next thing I'm going to do is get the account details using the client. So I ask it, who am I? It's going to give me a response, and I'm going to just log that for the moment. Now, when I execute that code, you'll see that it actually works, and it connects to our Sandbox environment and pulls my information. Now I'm going to take the account ID, store it into a variable, and then I'm going to use that account ID to check to see if the domain is available. Before we register a domain, we need to ensure that it's available. We're going to pull the domain name from the command line arguments. With the domain name and the account ID, we're going to make a call to the client to determine if the domain is available. We're going to take the response from that call for now and just print it out to the console. As you can see, running this now with a domain name passed in for a domain that is already registered in Sandbox shows that it is not available. However, running the same command for a domain that is available in Sandbox shows that the available flag is set to true. With the knowledge now of whether the domain is available or not, we can continue with the process and register it if it is available. So we check to see if that flag is set. If it's available, then we will go ahead and call the client again and register the domain. If it's not available, then we'll just print a message out saying that it's not available. Calling the client is pretty straightforward. You have to pass the account ID and the domain name as well as attributes for the request. The only required attribute is the registrant ID. This is your contact ID from DNSimple. This usually is going to either be added beforehand or it's something that you can actually add through the API. I'm not going to demonstrate that today, but there are calls for adding and managing contacts through the API. For now, we're passing the ID via the command line, so we now have the domain name and the registrant ID. Keep in mind, we're still in Sandbox here, so we can register domain names that aren't actually going to be really registered, but we can verify that the code works as expected in a somewhat live environment. Once the domain is registered, we'll see a few details about it, including whether auto renewal is enabled, who its privacy is on, as well as when it was created. The next step, now that we have a registered domain name, is to set up the DNS records for it. So I'm going to set up an alias record pointing to a Webflow site that I set up earlier. I'm also going to add an email forwarding entry to forward Anthony at my domain to another email address, which is my dnsimple.com email address. And finally, I'm going to list the records so that we can see they were all created. Here now, I'm going to try with a different domain, and I'm going to go ahead and again register this in Sandbox. So we'll be able to see that it works as expected. Once the domain is registered, you'll see the DNS records that were just created as well. And now we're going to go on and do this in production. So I'm going to remove the base URL. I've updated my token, and I'm going to run this same script against our production environment with the domain that I want to register, flammableapp.com. I'm going to use the new registrant ID for the registrant that's in production. And as you can see, same thing happens. Once the domain is registered, we'll see the DNS information about it. And now if I go in and I open the domain, you can see it's actually registered inside of dnsimple.com. And I can open the domain in a browser and go straight to the website that I created earlier in Webflow. And you can see that the custom domain is working as expected. I hope that you've enjoyed this talk about the DNSimple API. If you'd like to learn more about our other clients as well as what you can do with the DNSimple API, visit dnsimple.com/API. Have an excellent day.
Hi friends, welcome to my talk. The talk title for today is the evolution of deploying Node on servers and platforms. So let's get into it. My name is Shedrack Akintayo. I am a developer relations engineer at Platform Message. I also do my bit of technical writing, and I like to build communities, which I've done with Facebook DevC Lagos, Open Source Community Africa, and DevRel Community Africa. So the table of content for today is we're going to be talking about how Node is deployed over the years in various forms. So how it is deployed on a server in a garage, and how Node has been deployed on monolith servers, how Node has been deployed on a platform as a service, and how Node has been deployed on containers. Then we'll do a quick rundown of serverless, of how Node is being deployed on serverless and cloud function or function as a service. So let's get into it. So the first thing I would want to highlight is that deployment is not easy. Trust me, anybody that has spent time working as a DevOps engineer deploying Node.js over the years, it's not as easy as it is, but thankfully as Node.js evolves, the deployment becomes even easier. So thanks to the evolution of Node.js. So the first thing we would be talking about is Node deployed on a physical server in a garage. So basically building your own server. So before everything else, Node used to be deployed on a server in a garage, actually. So the pros of it basically is that you have a dedicated Node server for just your application. So you have like a lot of bare metal for your application. You can control your Node environment. To an extent, it is secured because you handle everything that has to come with security. And which is a really good thing because you do not have to depend on any service provider. Whenever a provider is down, you don't have to worry about it. So this is how it was deployed. Basically, Node can be deployed on a physical server in a garage. Next up is the cons. So it gets too expensive to set up. The manpower, the technical know-how, it gets too expensive to set up, and another one is it gets very stressful to manage because you're doing all the work yourself. The engineers are having to do all the work themselves. So this is another issue, and it's harder to optimize because most of the work is being done by you and your team, most of the part. So handling the optimization by yourself gets very, very tasking. So the requirements then, as at the time where nodes used to be deployed on a bare metal, like even though it's still being deployed like that now, not just as much as it was before. You need the early versions of Node. You need a lot of GPUs. You need RAMs. You need CPUs basically to deploy Node to build a physical server for yourself to deploy Node on it. So the next up is deploying Node.js on a monolith server. So basically, a monolith server consists of all parts of an application deployed on a single server, from the backend to the static part of the application. The pros of this particular way of deploying Node over the years is that the entire part is in a centralized server, and it's always a great choice to deploy Node as a monolith. So you can have all your application in a single server, which is really, really great because you can see every single thing you need to see. You can see all your applications coupled together. Then the cons is as the application gets larger, it becomes difficult to update, and the memory requirements increase over time. For the requirements, you need a hosting server and Node.js 12 upwards. The next stop is Node.js being deployed on a PaaS. So platform as a service, also known as PaaS, it provides a broad set of cloud-based application infrastructure and middleware resources via the cloud. Example of PaaS that you might have come across is Platform Message. Platform Message is quite different because you can deploy a PaaS on containers, then Heroku, Vercel, Netlify, etc. Now the pro is Node.js can be deployed faster. Then you can also easily add additional data services to your Node application. Then the cons can be very, very expensive at scale, and vendor locking also is another issue. The requirements to deploy Node on a PaaS are dependent on what the PaaS provider specifies generally. Next up is deploying Node on a container. Now this is currently the most used way for deploying Node or deploying Node generally. A container is basically a lightweight piece of software that provides a runtime environment for your application. So platform.sh uses pass, but you get to deploy on container. It's basically a pass that you can use to deploy on containers in Kubernetes, then also Docker. The pros, it makes your Node app lightweight and resource efficient. It's easy to manage and control your Node infrastructure. Adding external data services with your Node app is easier. Now, the cons can be very expensive as still, and you also have issues with vendor locking. Whenever a vendor has issue, then it becomes a problem. Requirements to deploy Node on a pass are dependent on the container provider. That's the container provider, whoever is providing the container services. You also get to control what Node version, memory disk size of your application. Now, serverless is what we are basically going to talk about next. Hold on. So serverless basically involves deploying your application without worrying about servers. Servers are still present, but it's on a as-used basis, which also uses function as a service, which is a serverless way to execute modular pieces of code on the edge. Example is, which we've basically seen, is AWS Lambda, which is like one of the most important provider of serverless, and serverless.com. Another pro of serverless is lower costs. You get to build faster, like go to market becomes very, very faster. The backend code is simple because it's mostly in chunks as modular. It basically uses modular programming, which functions. So every part of your backend becomes a function. And another part is the cons of serverless basically is vendor locking, which is one of the major problems of serverless, and it's unsuitable for long-term tasks. So in terms of scaling for a very, very long-term task, serverless doesn't really do well because it becomes a problem basically, and it becomes very expensive, even though they sell it as something as that provides lower costs. So that's basically the end of my talk. I hope you've basically been able to know what how Node.js have been deployed over the years as from point A to point B, from on-premise to containers, from monolith to serverless. So my name is Shedrack Akintayo. I am a developer relations engineer at Platform SH. Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another round of Q&A. We are going to go into the Q&A session. If you have any questions for one of our Lightning Talk speakers, be sure to pop them in the Node Talk Q&A channel. And yeah, just be sure to mention who the question is for. I would like to invite all the Lightning Talk speakers on stage with me. Hey everyone, thanks for joining. So first question is for Shedrack. What is Node like on Platform SH?
Yes, so the way Node is just like how Node should be. So my favorite part of how Node is on Platform SH is that the way we manage various versions of nodes. So if you need to specify a particular version of Node, let's say you want to use Node 12 and you change your mind to Node 13, you can easily just switch 12 for 13 very, very easily without having to do any really serious work, just changing the numbers from 12 to 13. You don't need to install anything. You don't need to do any installation yourself. Just change the numbers from 12 to 13. I think that's like the most interesting part. Also, one other part of Node on Platform SH is the way the new versions are like updated. So let's say there's a patch for Node 12. You don't need to specify that, okay, I need Node version 12.0.1. No, every single update, and every single major update is automatically added to your Node.js container, and you really do not have to care about any of the new updates that comes out. So personally, overall, Node.js on Platform SH is really, really easy to use. All you just need to do is, of course, add your platform config files and
just specify that you need it to be a Node app, and that's it. That's just it. There's no extra configuration you need to do. There's nothing extra. If you need to switch yarn or npm, it's quite easy. Also, just a single line of YAML file and of YAML, and you're good to go. So Node.js on platform is really, really interesting and very, very easy to use. So almost anybody can get started with Node.js on platform message. Very, very easy.
I think you're overestimating me, but thanks. So it sounds easier than even NVM on your local machine, where you have to look up the exact version that you want to use and install it, of course. So in Platform SH, it's even easier.
Yeah, really, really easy to use. It's really one of my favorite tools to deploy my Node apps for my demos, etc. Really, to be honest, this is not just because I work at Node.js platform message now. It's just like really something I've grown to love because of the ease of use.
Okay, nice. Next question is for Anthony. How do I check a bunch of domain names to see if they are available?
Yeah, so it's pretty common. Sometimes people want to check either variations on one name with a lot of different extensions, or they want to go in and they want to check to see if a bunch of names in a collection are available. What we use a tool called Domainer, because they have an API similar to ours that lets you just go in with the API and do checks. They also have a user interface as well. And we prefer to use that because they've basically optimized it for cases where, for example, the registrars are really slow to respond. And instead they'll go check things like, is it in the root name servers? Is it in the TLD name servers? Is it in whois? And they have a big database of information about what's recent. So I definitely recommend using Domainer for that type of stuff. We don't actually allow a lot of checking in our system because it can be abused pretty quickly. But they've done a great job of putting something together for that.
Yeah, I actually know Domainer, and what I always use it for is they have a really cool feature that, let's say I want to buy a domain name with my name in it. I can just type in metin, and they will check if met.in exists, like if the tld.in exists, or for you, if .ny, like New York, Anton.ny, and they will show if it's available. And I like that feature also from
yeah, they're big fans of name hacks, so very cool stuff.
Yeah, nice. Next question is for Scott. If my security team already picked a tool for app security, how can I work with them to change it to help me in my workflow? So what's the unique selling point I can give to my security team?
Yeah, definitely. The number one unique selling point to give to your security team if you want to change AppSec tools that work for you is, hey, I want to use this because a security tool that no one uses is no good. So, the thing that's interesting to me is security folks go out looking for application security tools. They don't bring the developers along when they're doing this eval most of the time. And participating in that eval is super important because it's going to be a thing that you're using a lot when you're developing code and trying to get stuff out to production. And if it works the way that you work and it makes sense to you and you can self-serve, that's great. If it doesn't, it's not so great. Helping them understand that and partnering along with them is super important to make those things work well.
Yeah, super important indeed. And I recognize the symptom that you say, that you need to be, as a developer, wanting to go into that interface and work with it and check what's going on. So yeah, good answer. Thanks. Chris, next question is for you. We don't want PII to be recorded in Sentry, so personal identifiable information to be recorded in Sentry. How can we handle this?
Got it. Yeah, so that's a good question. It's very common that people want to ensure that PII or other sensitive data doesn't make it into Sentry. Maybe you want it to stay within your application and not be sent up as part of error messages or performance events. So yeah, there's a few ways of doing this. There's configurations where you can filter out default PII things, such as like passwords and that kind of thing. And there's a few preset fields. Let's say you have a uniquely named field that contains PII. There's something that you can scrub out actually in your application side before the event gets sent up to Sentry. And you can choose whether to filter out certain parts of the event. So maybe just a part of the error message or other fields within the data. Or you can actually filter out the event entirely if it's so sensitive that You meet some criteria you've defined in a before send hook. This is done when you initialize the Sentry SDK. Then you can basically prevent that kind of thing from happening. I'll also toss a link to this in the docs or in the Discord, so anyone can take a look.
Yeah, I've seen this happen at one of my previous clients, which was a medtech company. And we had a lot of sensitive information, of course, medical data. And what I think they did is just prefix every key that was sensitive with PII and then filter that out. So at first I found it very annoying to type PII all the time, but it did make you aware and it was top of mind, like this is sensitive data. So that was a nice added benefit.
Yeah, the power of clear naming.
Yeah, exactly. Another question for Shadrach. What's the future of deploying Node?
That's a very interesting question because it's quite tricky to answer. Like, I mean, we've seen solutions like, deploying Node on containers, then we are now seeing serverless. So it's quite tricky to really define the future of Node, but I know that we are going to be deploying Node on containers for a really, really long time because it solves a lot of problems in terms of speed, in terms of memory efficiency. So personally, I would say the future of Node still remains on containers. Personally, that's what I'm just going to say, that it still remains on containers for a really, really long time. Just like the longevity of virtual machines before containers came into play, right? That kind of longevity, we are going to be seeing containers in the deploy Node generally for a very, very long time. So that's just my personal opinion.
Okay, nice, thanks. A question for Anthony. What kind of errors might I see when I register a domain or set up DNS through the DNS simple API?
So a lot of domains are pretty straightforward to register. They just take a registrant and the name itself. And as long as it's available, you shouldn't see any errors along it with it. There are some exceptions though. As soon as you start getting into country code TLDs, so for example, .it or .fr or .es, they start requiring very specific attributes. And often if they are not perfectly matching what is expected by that country, you'll get errors. Worse is that sometimes you'll get those errors after you already think you've registered the domain, and then they'll pull the domain back because it doesn't match their requirements. So for me, CCTLDs are one of the biggest challenges to work with. You can also get, of course, errors that are based on network timing. You're dealing with a lot of different network communications. You're dealing with limitations on registrars where they limit the number of domains that can be registered at a time. So you have your typical networking errors, your typical server-side errors. But really the most challenging ones are the specific ones where they have data requirements, which of course aren't necessarily specified clearly in advance. So sometimes you don't even know that that requirement exists. So yeah, those are one of the biggest challenges, one of the biggest sources of errors we see in domain registrations.
And annoyance, I would assume.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Yeah, painful work. All right, we have time for another question for Scott. How does a developer who feels like security is out of his domain get going?
Yeah, so the barrier to entry in most application security stuff has always been really high, right? You always think about it like, well, I don't have a security team, so I can't do anything. Or I don't know if I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing or I'm doing the right thing. And that's changing a lot with a ton of products out on the market right now. Obviously self-promotion, StackHawk. But the other one, Sneak, a couple other players out there that are really thinking about how developers work, trying to get you the information as a developer to understand that there's a problem, understand how to fix it, and then go fix it. Instead of kind of lots of tools are built for make pretty PDFs so you can admire your problem. That doesn't really help you make functional security changes to applications or code, and it doesn't help you get stuff out the door quickly, right? So there are a ton of tools out there that are trying to evolve how they inform developers about security problems and help them prioritize them. I would, if you are curious or you don't have security at where
security, application security at where you work, or you do and you don't like it, go dig around, explore some new tools and some new process. And then if you've got some convincing to do, remember, a tool that gets used is way more valuable than a tool that doesn't.
This is going to be my quote of the day. That's a valuable lesson. Yeah. Then I think we have one more time for a question for Chris. 1 minute, Chris. So in the lightning talk, you got a Slack message about the error and also showed the GitHub integration. We don't use either of those because our team uses Microsoft Teams and Bitbucket. Do you have integrations for these also?
Yes, so we have integrations for both of those. Sentry is really easy to set up, get value out of whether you're using integrations or not, but especially if you're working at an organization that does have these. So if you're using GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab, Microsoft Teams or Slack or so on for communication, yeah, we support a lot of these. We have an integrations page that shows all the different capabilities, but yeah, you could get notified in exactly the same way as you saw in the talk and see suspect commits for other source code management platforms as well.
Nice. So it doesn't really matter. There's, for the biggest players, there's plugins.
Exactly.
All right. That's all the time we have right now for Q&A. So I want to thank you all for joining us here today, and hope to see you again soon, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Yeah, thanks.
All right,
everybody.
Bye-bye, everyone. All right, that was it for the round of lightning talks. So a lot of our sponsors, I mentioned this before, have job openings, like most companies do, but we listed the coolest ones on our website at nodecongress.com/jobs. So go there and check it out if you are maybe interested in finding something new. And it's always, at least I find it fun always to see what's out there. Just browsing is also fun. And also our sponsors have some perks available. So if you haven't yet and you want to check out the products of our sponsors and get a chance to win some cool swag or prizes like that Amazon gift card or a Nintendo Switch, go to nodecongress.com/perks. And with that, I want to hand it over to Liz. So Liz, take it away.
Thank you, Metin.
And you need to turn on your camera.
My camera is on.
Okay, I didn't see it. Okay.
Thank you, Metin. Yeah, my camera was on. I don't know what happened. So thank you to our sponsors, Platform.ch, which is a unified, secure, enterprise-grade platform for building, running, and scaling fleets on websites and applications. I hope you enjoyed the discussion runs on Dino and what we just had. And now it's time to listen to two great talks on that topic. First, we're going to have Aaron O'Mullen, Principal Software Engineer at Dino, previously co-founded Gitbook. And his talk is called The Future of JS Runtimes. So please go to Slido with the code 1718 and answer the question. Which platforms running on the edge have you used? We have Deploy, Cloud for Workers, Netlify Edge Handlers for Salt, and Lambda Edge. So go ahead and answer that question. And please don't forget to ask your questions on Discord, Node Talk Q&A, where Aaron will be answering all of them. So please help me welcome back Aaron with a big round of virtual applause and emojis and questions and everything. Aaron, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Aaron and I'd like to thank you for joining me at Node Congress. Today I'm going to talk about the future of JavaScript runtimes. And so yeah, we're going to look at how JavaScript runtimes have evolved from browsers to servers and how Node and other technologies have evolved over the past decade and how that will shape the runtimes of tomorrow, the ones we'll use in 5 years, in 10 years. I think it's an interesting exercise. Obviously, neither me nor others can truly predict the future, But the interesting thing is, since some of us work on runtimes, we have the ability to impact it. And so I think with this talk, I want to kind of open up that conversation, get the conversation started, and basically hear other thoughts, because I think there is a lot of room to innovate, and there's still a lot of room for JavaScript to progress. So yeah, let's jump in. So kind of, I think, as I mentioned there, we'll look at, what will runtimes look like in 2025, 2030, what new capabilities will these runtimes have, what new use cases will they enable, what kind of primitives will they have, what kind of ergonomics will they have, how will that impact the software we build and write, or how we deploy software, how we use it. I think there's a lot of different angles that we'll kind of look at as we step through this. And so, a quick disclaimer is obviously I work at Dino, so I'm slightly biased. I like Dino, obviously, but I would say that, these are mostly my personal views. I've been working full-time on JavaScript runtimes for less than 6 months. There's people, on my team at Dino, or even at Node Congress today, who have years or decades of experience building runtimes. So I'm quite new to this. And then also, of course, my talk won't be and can't be exhaustive. I'm mainly going to be focusing on kind of like the CLI and cloud side of things. Obviously, browsers and desktop and mobile are huge trends and huge facets of JavaScript, but that won't be the focus of today's talk. So anyway, let's jump right in. So, first let's take a look at like the historical trends and how JavaScript has evolved, and that will inform a little bit like how it might evolve in the coming decade. So let's take a quick look at the timeline. So JavaScript was first created by Brendan Eich in 1995 in 10 days, which is pretty extraordinary. Obviously, that came with some trade-offs. And, JavaScript continued to exist in browsers. And it was only up until kind of 2008 when Google shipped V8 and Chrome that web applications really became a thing, because V8 radically changed the performance of JavaScript runtimes and really enabled kind of modern JavaScript-heavy applications that weren't really possible before. And then, only less than 9 months later, Ryan then built and shipped the first version of Node in 2009. And that's, I think that's, Node's impact is not to be understated. We're obviously all here because of Node. Node has enabled us to build server-side applications in JavaScript, and it's also enabled a ton of tooling on the front-end side, etc. So I think that's quite impactful. Obviously, this timeline is not exhaustive. There's other key events, but once again, I'm trying to stick to the points that I think are relevant. And then I think another key event in the timeline is Microsoft shipping TypeScript in October 2012. And so it took some time for TypeScript adoption to grow, but I think today we're starting to see that TypeScript is maybe one of the dominant forms or dialects of JavaScript that teams are using to build new applications. So, looking back at 2010, we can see a few key trends, such as front end. Obviously, not to say that front end didn't exist before 2010, but it really wasn't the same game. Before 2010, you had jQuery. Now you have React, JSX, Vue, and obviously with these modern tools came, with these modern libraries came modern tools such as Babel, ESBuild, Webpack, and that also enabled modern frameworks like Next.js or Tailwind CSS. And so front end has changed really quite radically in the 2010s, and especially in the second half of 2010. TypeScript obviously came along. TS Node has somewhere in the region of 18 million downloads per week on NPM, so it's really quite widespread. Serverless became a thing, for better or for worse. We now have Lambda, Google Cloud Functions, Firebase. But I think there's a few differences between kind of serverless and Lambda, and then kind of the modern clouds that we'll get to later in the talk. Then obviously desktop and mobile. But so a kind of quick recap of some of the technologies that have changed. Yarn came around. We switched from callbacks to promises. We switched from jQuery to React. We switched from CommonJS with requires to ECMAScript modules and imports. We should switch from XHR to fetch. It's hard to understate how much JavaScript has changed over the past decade. And so, I think when we think about JavaScript, obviously there's a core language, and that's not going to be the focus of my talk today. I'm not going to focus on the core language, which is still constantly evolving. There's lots of interesting things coming, like, immutable records or tuples, which are extremely interesting additions that I'm looking forward to. But today I'm going to focus more on a JavaScript runtime, so you can think of that language plus specific primitives to an environment. And so I think when you kind of look at JavaScript holistically, it was born in the browser, which gave it these core compute and document primitives. And then Node essentially kind of brought Unix primitives into JavaScript, exposing, Unix sockets, TCP sockets, the process model, spawning and forking child processes, all that kind of things, which make it powerful, which have made it powerful and useful to build CLI and server applications. But I think it makes sense to ask, what's next? Are we going to stick to these same primitives, or are we going to come up with new ones? And when we think about like the modern cloud, should we bring cloud first primitives into JavaScript? Something worth taking a look at. I think the takeaway here is JavaScript is constantly evolving. It's evolved over the past 20 plus years, and then the interesting thing is we can shape its future. So let's take a first stop at browsers. I won't focus too much on browsers, as I mentioned before, but I think there's some interesting, quite notable improvements that kind of impact us as Node and Dino users. I think something that's quite notable here is the invention of web containers. So StackBlitz released this thing called web containers a few months ago, and it enables you essentially to run full Node-like applications in the browser, and it does it quite efficiently. It's not emulation. I don't want to get too much into it, but essentially kind of polyfills key parts of Node, and then it re-implements a TCP stack using service workers. There's a lot of interesting technology there, and I think the key thing is that it's essentially kind of Node packaged into the browser. Let's move on to that because browsers aren't the focus of today's talk. Let's take a look at CLIs such as Node, Dino, Bun, and many others, right? And let me take a look at how they might evolve in the coming decade. One of my first predictions is oxidation. That we'll see more and more kind of core JavaScript runtime technology built in Rust. And the reason there is, C++ is nice, but it's also painful. V8 is built in C++. It will likely never be rewritten. But, Rust is a much more modern language that makes it, easier to build key technology. And, we're already seeing this. Dino is built in Rust. It's got wrappers around V8 in Rust. But, besides kind of V8, nearly the entirety of Dino is Rust. And, that enables, it provides some safety guarantees, but it also, I think, increases the speed of iteration on the runtime, making it much, much more accessible for people to contribute to. We're also seeing the rise of Rust in tooling, such as Rome or SWC, right? These are pretty interesting involvements, and they're mainly motivated by speed. People don't want to wait for their front-end apps to build. They don't want to wait for their linter. They don't want to wait for their formatter. So there's a lot of interesting things there happening there. There's been the introduction of Node add-ons have evolved to NAPI, and there's a wrapper called NAPI.rs, which allows you to build NAPI modules in Rust, and this is used by Prisma, Next.js, Rollup. So we're probably seeing kind of adoption of Rust technology in the tooling and in the runtimes, both on the Node and Dino side, and so I think that will continue. So this isn't so much necessarily on the runtime implementation. This is more on the ergonomics and APIs. I think we'll continue to see the quote unquote webification. Node when it first shipped didn't really align with the web APIs, and I guess also I think web APIs matured a lot over the past decade, and so a key milestone is I think Node is shipping ECMAScript modules, HTTPS imports, and fetch in Node 18, and that's a major step forward. I think that as these web APIs have matured, I think they're essentially becoming the standard, and we're able to kind of phase out some of these older legacy Node APIs in favor of standard APIs, such as nodes require crypto being replaced by web crypto, or HTTP and HTTPS being replaced by fetch. Even though in practice, a lot of people already use Node fetch. My personal experience is that the HTTP built-in APIs into Node aren't necessarily the most pleasant to use. And so I've seldom seen people use them bare bones. Anyway, moving on. I think if we move away from Node for a second and look at Dino very much considers web APIs as first-class citizens, and it goes... we try to implement them as thoroughly as possible. We try to be as spec compliant as possible. We really think that there's a lot of value in kind of implementing these modern web APIs, and we've pushed this quite far. We run WPT tests, which are the same tests that browsers run, and in fact, in some cases, Dino is more spec compliant than some of these browsers. If we take a look at Node crypto, for example, Dino is more spec compliant than Chrome and Firefox, only slightly behind Safari. I think it's really quite interesting to see a CLI and server runtime kind of embrace these modern web APIs that have evolved and matured over the past decade. I kind of going back to some of the trends, we saw that TypeScript was a major trend of the 2010s. I think that TypeScript will become the de facto dialect that teams and programmers use. It's extremely widespread, and there's tons of benefits to it. The TC39 organization is considering ignorable typing, and what this would allow is essentially for V8 and other JavaScript engines to execute TypeScript out of the box. I mean, they wouldn't understand the types; they'd essentially ignore them, but they would be able to essentially run TypeScript untransformed, which is really quite interesting. I think another evolution is JSX has changed the way we build front end. It's essential today, and I think given how given that it's become essentially a de facto standard, it's possibly worth considering bringing JSX into the language itself. That can be quite controversial, but there's a lot of potential upside. And as I mentioned earlier, TS Node has nearly 20 million weekly downloads, which shows huge adoption. Obviously, a lot of that's probably CI, but it's fair to say that TypeScript is no longer the underdog today. And Dino supports TypeScript out of the box because we think it deserves first-class support. I think another key evolution that we'll see in the coming years is I think runtimes, Node kind of led to this explosion and all this innovation with all these different tools, and I think that was necessary and quite important, but it also leads to a lot of fragmentation in day-to-day workflows. And so I think we'll see kind of consolidation with these batteries included runtimes. And we can see that here with Dino and Bun, for example, which include built-in watching, linting, formatting. I think runtimes will essentially kind of tend in this direction. Obviously, Dino's current implementation isn't perfect, but we're continuing working on it and improving it. I think one of my last points is, Node is currently the dominant JavaScript runtime. Dino is kind of the underdog. It's up and coming and growing. And I think these two runtimes will converge. How they'll converge is still open and undecided, but I think we see different trends. We saw that the webification of these runtimes, they're embracing web APIs more and more, which kind of gives them these shared APIs that they can both build off. Dino has Node compatibility that can run non-trivial applications such as Express, Koa, front-end tools like Vite. It can run package managers like NPM and Yarn. It's the Node compat hasn't officially shipped yet, and my colleague Bartek has given a talk about it, but it's really getting quite powerful. And also, native is evolving. We're evolving beyond add-ons to WASM and NAPI, and Dino will. We're experimenting supporting NAPI and Dino out of the box. So I think there's a lot of room for Node and Dino to converge. I think the main driver there is fragmentation. For developers is just not fun. It's not great. So it's one of those things that we'll kind of wait and see what happens there. But I'm looking forward to it. So moving on from CLIs, let's take a look at clouds and cloud runtimes. I think some of you may be familiar with IaaS or infrastructure as a service, which is kind of what AWS defined. And so I think kind of clouds of the past decade have mainly been defined by AWS, Azure, GCP, and kind of those, the commodification of primitives such as compute and storage. And, I think in the coming decade, we'll see infrastructure as a service become isolates as a service. And I'll get a little bit, I'll dive into what I think that means in a few slides. If we take a step back and kind of look at hypervisors that are used in the cloud, traditionally we would have VM hypervisors, and VMs are, they're extremely flexible. You can run any operating system, but they're quite expensive. They take seconds to boot, right? And in recent years, we've seen, for example, Firecracker VMs, which are also technically VMs, but they're much lighter weight. They don't try to emulate a full machine. They still build off KVM and other key technology. We've also obviously seen the emergence of technology like, LXCs and Docker, essentially containers, right? And so the hypervisor there, the dominant hypervisor is Kubernetes. And so, containers are less secure than VMs, but there's a ton of improvements in DX and kind of, boot performance that make these appealing. And I think the last evolution in these kind of hypervisors is that we're getting to now is these isolate hypervisors. Instead of having hypervisors that juggle VMs, we're getting hypervisors that will manage isolates. And these are much more lightweight. They boot an order of magnitude faster than both containers and VMs. And there's a lot of interesting primitives that we can, and things that we can enable if we embrace isolates first. And so, if we take a step back at one of the things, for example, that if we think about isolate hypervisors and modern isolate executables, I think there's this interesting idea of declarative entry points. And so, for example, we've seen Cloudflare ship this, and this is something we're actively thinking about at Dino with Dino Deploy. This essentially allows you to declare a program declaratively. So instead of having essentially like all these declarative imports, you'll have, and then having an entry point that is imperative that extracts arguments from argv or sets up a listener. You essentially export functions, and that has a lot of interesting benefits. You can expose multiple entry points in a JavaScript file. So a single JavaScript file is now self-sufficient to describe a full program. And then it encourages kind of, this JavaScript first, and it's composable all the way down via imports and exports. Like, this doesn't have to be an entry point. You can just re-import some of these functions and rewrap them again. So you can get this nice pure JavaScript composability. And another thing that's enabled by these isolate hypervisors is you get these things such as, like, for example, when we build traditional clouds, we often have multiple services called microservices, and we'll have to talk to them. And that will often happen over the network, right? It will be a HTTP call or a TCP call. And I think one of the interesting things is when you have the isolate hypervisor that manages all these runtimes, it can actually, instead of sending these calls over the network, it can send them directly through memory. And so you get these really interesting gains in efficiency and things that aren't really possible in these classical abstractions, because we were in the classical VM setup or container setup, you're still working with IP stack as first class citizens, whereas here you have essentially like a fat hypervisor that profoundly understands these isolates and knows how to route between them. When we think about why isolate hypervisors, I think the main argument is there's these extreme efficiency gains when you're trying to run hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of multi-tenant programs on the same machine. That's not really possible or viable with VMs. Neither, it's not possible with containers either. Only isolates kind of have sufficiently low overhead to enable a kind of multi-tenancy. I also think when we look back at kind of the cloud of the past decade, it's essentially, it preserves, some of the key abstractions that we've been working with that have served us well, but are maybe a bit outdated, right? And so I think these modern isolate clouds will embrace isolates instead of VMs as their compute primitive. Instead of having, internal IPs and VPCs and private networks and NATs that replicate, traditional infrastructure, you have directly routable isolate services where you don't care where the other service is running. It could be running elsewhere in the world. It could be running on the same hypervisor machine. It gets routed. And then, there's the emergence of kind of blob and KV stores to replace block devices. And there's opportunity for these hypervisors to be edge native, such as we're seeing in Cloudflare workers or Dino deploy. And so, with these isolate hypervisors, which are essentially kind of the implementation of the runtime, I think we'll see the emergence of a cloud worker spec, right? Service workers were a good starting point, but add event listener fetch is outdated. It's not the future. Cloudflare still supports it. Dino deploy still supports it, but we know that we need to go beyond that. And I think the key thing here is in these clouds, we're no longer just packaging Node in containers. It's truly new primitives and a new process model, and that potentially warrants a new spec. So moving on from the cloud, and there's tons more to say, but unfortunately I only have limited time. So let's take a quick look at some of the more exotic use cases that JavaScript could break into, or how JavaScript runtimes could evolve. I think we can see. This is not a new topic, but I think it'll be revisited. We see kind of JavaScript producing WASM or JavaScript being compiled ahead of time. So you see this both with assembly script or Microsoft static TypeScript. I think we'll also kind of see JavaScript runtimes embedded in more and more applications. Dino is built to be highly embeddable. We've seen people take Fabrice Bellard's Quick.js runtime and run that in WASM. So you get JavaScript in WASM hooked into a JavaScript runtime, which is quite interesting. And so I think, in the kind of coming decade, there's the opportunity for JavaScript to be embedded into more and more portions of our infrastructure. Cloudflare brought JavaScript into the CDN, essentially. I think, people might bring JavaScript into databases or other key parts of infrastructure and make that scriptable. I think one of the key changes in, I think, programming and software the past decade is machine learning. It had an undeniable impact on how we build software and the products we consume. And Dino, for example, has first-class support for web GPU. And if you combine that with TensorFlow.js, essentially you have the possibility to have GPU-accelerated training and inference natively supported in a runtime. And obviously, that's Python's bread and butter today, but I think it'd be interesting to see JavaScript gain some ground there. And so, though it's not as extreme as machine learning, Python is the de facto language kind of for data science, and I think there's room for JavaScript there. At Dino, we've experimented with first-class support for Jupyter notebooks and allowing you to write TypeScript in these Jupyter notebooks and have charts and all that kind of just seamlessly built into a coherent experience. So unfortunately, I only have so much time, so I have to wrap up. But I could have spent a lot more time, I think, going into detail about the cloud side of things and these isolate hypervisors and what they enable and the future of that at Cloudflare and Dino with Dino deploy. But to leave you some closing questions, the web currently handles about 150 million requests per second, HTTP requests per second. And, I think it's interesting to wonder what fraction of that will be processed by some JavaScript runtime, whether that's Node as the upstream origin, or whether that's CloudFront, AWS's CloudFront Edge, Lambda, Cloudflare Workers, Dino deploy. I think it'll be interesting to see essentially, will there be a future where 50% of all HTTP requests go through JavaScript at some point, whether that's for an edge router or their upstream. I would also like to, ask you, do you think JavaScript is too fragmented? Do you want this consolidation? Do you want this consolidation in formatting, bundling tools? Would you like to see JavaScript expand beyond development? What are your key use cases? Do you want to use JavaScript for microcontrollers, for game development? I'd love to hear about these use cases. And then, I think lastly, it's important to really consider TypeScript. Will TypeScript become the de facto language used for all JavaScript development in the future. I think it has a good shot. Anyway, I'd like to thank you all for taking the time to watch my talk and attend today. We're going to have some time for questions and answers, and I'm very much looking forward to that. Here's where you can find me online. Feel free to shoot me an email or ping me on Twitter if you have any questions, and that'll be a wrap. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Aaron, for this great talk. Please let us know, everybody that watched this talk, on Twitter, on Discord, what you like, what you learned, your experience. Yeah, we want to know what's going on, your thoughts. So thank you. And please, Aaron, join me to the stage. Okay, so now let's discuss the answer to your poll questions. Let's see what the people answer. So which platforms running on the edge have you used? 40% have used Cloudflare Workers, then 25% Lambda Edge, and 15% Versa and Deno Deploy, and 5% Netlify Edge Handlers. What do you think about this, Aaron? Like, this surprised you, or this is what you were expecting? Now it keeps moving?
Yeah. I mean, in some sense, I'm not surprised, and it kind of reflects a lot of my understanding, right? Cloudflare has really, I think, changed the game and people's perception of these modern kind of worker runtimes. They've done a great job at that. I think they've done a fantastic job. Lambda is AWS, which a lot of people use more or less indirectly. And then, it's interesting to see Deno Deploy, which is the product I work on. It's got a decent amount of usage. We're still in beta, obviously, but it's good to see traction there. So yeah, I mean, I'm pleased to see this. And yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to, we could maybe even talk about like the differences between these edge runtimes. They all run JavaScript differently. They all run JavaScript ultimately, but there's kind of different trade-offs in each of those runtimes.
Thank you. Let me go back to, so yeah, and now let's see some questions that people have asked to you. So the first one is, why would you isolate clouds replace MV container clouds if they're less flexible and can only run JS and once?
Yeah, that's a great question. The short answer is containers and VMs will be around for a long time still, right? But I think isolate clouds will replace a lot of typical usage of containers and VMs for JavaScript because they're much more efficient, right? There's a huge gains in efficiency. Cloudflare has talked about some of these. I mentioned some of these in my talk, right? Where you can have like zero cost inter-service networking, much more memory efficient. They can be much more compute efficient. And I think the more interesting thing is that these isolate clouds can enable new primitives, things that weren't simply possible before, right? So they're not going to completely replace each other, but I think, I think this decade will see a huge boom in people switching over from classical VMs and containers to isolates. They'll be the best place to run JavaScript.
Thank you. James is asking, any known plans or rumor for AWS to support an official Deno runtime for Lambda?
Yeah, so I think this actually came up in the Deno room earlier. So there's currently a community Lambda runtime for people to run Deno on Lambda. I think after this conference, I'll look into if we can talk with AWS and maybe put together an official Lambda layer. That's definitely something that's interesting. I think the Deno company, we want to embrace people to use Deno everywhere they can. Well, they can and want to, whether it's on AWS or on Deno Deploy or DigitalOcean or other providers. So we'll definitely look into that.
Thank you. That sounds promising. Yeah. James is now talk about a standard JS lib. Is that how you think Deno and Node will converge, or do you expect one runtime to replace or the other in the limit?
Yeah, that's a great question and a difficult one. I think the fragmentation is painful. So Deno and Node might not be able to coexist forever in the limit. I think 5-10 years out, they'll either merge in some form, or one will replace the other. But I think to James's point, over the past decade, we've seen a lot of expansion and kind of innovation in JavaScript, and I think we're kind of going from an expansion phase to a consolidation phase. And I think a standard JavaScript library that's shared between all these runtimes is a great idea. So I think they'll converge there first before possibly replacing each other. I mean, one or the other.
Yeah, thank you. So you said that Unix primitives might be obsolete in modern isolate clouds. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, so I talked about this idea of isolate clouds. I really think there's a lot more to say about this. Maybe I should make that a focus of a talk, right? But the Unix primitives, such as the file system of processes and sockets, they've lived with us for a long time. But when I mentioned, for example, this this feature that Cloudflare has of zero cost inter service communication in a classical setup, you would need to do service discovery via DNS or some kind of console service. And then you'd have to find out, okay, what IP is this other service running on to, and then open up a socket. I think these isolate clouds, because they're much more involved in some sense with the isolates they're running, they'll provide a lot of these primitives out of the box. And when you're building applications that run around the entire world, it doesn't make sense to program for an individual process when you're building something that runs worldwide. So I think the Unix primitives have been great. They've served us well, and they'll take a long time to disappear. But I think as we start building these modern JavaScript applications for the cloud, we'll see them kind of phase out, and we'll see new primitives emerge. And that's maybe things like first-class blob storage or KV storage. As Cloudflare shipped KV storage, we're looking to ship that too at Deno Deploy. And I think today a startup called Temporal.io raised $100 million Series B, which is quite substantial. And one of the things that they changed is they changed the whole queuing cron task mechanism, right? They kind of reinvent those primitives in part because they're moving beyond the kind of Unix restrictions, right? So it'll be a big shift because developers care a lot about Unix, but I think we need to kind of shift beyond to kind of build programs in a more modern fashion.
Very, very interesting. Agentile 1990 asks, compute keeps moving closer and closer to the client. Do you feel that someday we will move to a stateful connection in the far future of the web?
A stateful connection? I mean, I'm not exactly sure what they mean by that. A stateful connection between the cloud and the client? I mean, that's... That could be interesting, but I need to kind of understand a little more specifics of what they mean by a stateful connection.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe we can talk about that in Discord with Agentile 1990.
Yeah, or the
spatial chat. Yeah, in a spatial chat, we can talk about that. So thank you, Aaron, very much. This was great talk and great questions as well. So yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you everyone for attending. I appreciate your time.
See you all. See you all in the spatial chat.
Yep.
Yes. So in case you haven't please go to spatial chat and join Aaron's speaking room. Let us thank our wonderful silver partners: Twilio, Stream, Fauna, Polyscale, Turin, Media Jams, Adevinta, Microsoft, and of course our media partners. Thank you for sharing the word about Node Congress, Code Stack, and Leonidas Esteban. Our next speaker is Bartek. He's a core member of Deno team, and his talk is Node.js compatibility in Deno. Please go to Slido with the code 1718 and answer this question. Which Node.js packages would you like to run in Deno? We have Next.js, Mocha, Ava, Webpack, Parcel, Rollup, Next.js, and Remix. Just go and answer now. And don't forget to ask your questions of Node Talk Q&A. You can do it now or at the end of the talk, in the middle of the talk. And please give Partech a big round of virtual applause and emojis and yeah, all good stuff. Partech, the stage is yours.
Hi folks, my name is Bartek and I'm a member of the Dino core team. Today we're going to discuss Node.js compatibility in Dino. In this talk I would like to give you a quick rundown of what is Dino and try to answer a few questions regarding compatibility with Node. So can Dino run apps and libraries offered for Node.js? What are the trade-offs? How does it all work? And what is next on the plate for us? So let's get right to it. Dino 1-on-1. Dino is a new command line runtime for JavaScript and for TypeScript. It's similar to Node that you can execute your JavaScript code, but the difference is that we also support TypeScript as a first-class citizen. Word of caution here, Dino doesn't actually execute your TypeScript. It just transpiles it to JavaScript underneath behind the scenes, so you don't need to set up a build chain or anything like that. Dino also aims to be fun and productive. We like to think of it as a bag of Lego blocks. Dino is a single executable file. This file is all you need to run any Dino program, and we will always distribute Dino as such. Dino works on Linux, it works on Mac and on Windows, so wherever you go, new server, new laptop, whatever, there's only a single command you need to execute to get Dino and you're ready to go. Dino has something we like to call secure execution by default. What that means is none of your programs can access your file system, your environmental variables, span sub processes, or even open an internet connection unless you explicitly allow it to. In this short example, we can also see that you can directly link to third-party code and you can execute it even though you don't trust this code. So in here we are executing an example from Dino STD, which is Dino's standard library. It's a set of modules that are guaranteed to work with Dino, but it could have been any URL in the world you can think of. And in this case, where there are no flags provided besides run subcommand, this program cannot do anything to your computer. But if you want to access a file system or spawn a sub-process or open an internet connection, you can give Dino some flags and tell it to allow your program to actually do these things. And as you can see here, some of these flags allow you to scope this even further. So for example, we can allow our program to read from the file system, however, only from the /tmp directory. Or we can tell your program to allow open an internet connection, however, only scoped to google.com domain. Dino allows you to link to any third-party code using URLs. It works just like it does in browser. In this example, we can see ES module import. We are importing Magenta function, again from Dino STD. This time we are doing this from fmt/colors module. So this module resolution is simple and compatible with browsers, and Dino has no notion of node modules or index.js. Or actually it does. That's what this talk is about, after all. Dino doesn't depend on a centralized server. That is, you are not explicitly tied only to NPM if you want to link to your packages or install new packages, or a private registry if you have one. you can pull code from anywhere on the internet, either public servers or private servers if you provide proper authorization headers. Dino, as a runtime, fetches, caches, and compiles this code or transpiles it transparently for you on the first run. After the first run, the code is already in cache, so there's no need to download it again. And in fact, Dino won't download the code again unless you explicitly ask it to. So why are we even thinking or working on Node.js compatibility? Well, NPM is arguably the biggest package ecosystem in the world, and users just want to use this package ecosystem. When Dino first came out with version 1.0, we stated explicitly that we are not compatible with NPM. And that was fine. However, some users still find lack of support for NPM a huge hurdle for adoption. So some of our users want to try Dino instead of Node.js. However, the cost to switch from one runtime to the other often proves too high to even try and do it. So by providing Node.js compatibility, we want to make the migration path smoother and easier for users. So let's try to answer this question. Can Dino actually run apps, libraries, or packages that were written for Node.js? And yes, but. And before we get to this but, images speak more than 1,000 words, so I'm gonna give you a quick example, or actually two examples of code authored for Node.js that is already running in Dino. In the first example, we can see the very popular tool called ESLint that is executing directly in Dino. So we pull the sources for ESLint. For the sake of this example, say we already used NPM, and now we are executing this code using Dino. Important thing to notice here is that we are providing this --compat flag, which tells Dino to actually provide this Node.js compatibility. And then we are passing --unstable, which is currently required due to some limitations in the API. So some of the APIs are not yet set in stone and may change in the future, and this flag conveys the message that, this is unstable, so something might change, but don't worry, you'll be okay. The second example is actually NPM itself. We can already execute NPM in Dino and use it to install some other packages. One thing you might notice here is that there are some prompts here saying not implemented. For example, process.onCodeException or process on unhandled rejection. We'll get to these in just a moment. So yes, Dino can execute apps, libraries, packages offered for Node.js. However, not yet all of them are supported. We are focusing our efforts on enabling users to run the most popular packages and tools at the moment. So we already saw ESLint and NPM, but we are also making great progress on getting Yarn to work, Vite, Next.js, which is probably the most popular framework at the moment, and Mocha, which is also one of the most popular testing frameworks at the moment. So yes, Dino can run code offered for Node.js, but not all of it. And the reason is we are still working on porting or providing polyfills for some of the built-in Node.js modules. Modules such as TLS or child process. These are being worked on. However, their API service is huge. So you can spawn sub-process just like you would do in Node with Dino. However, not all of the APIs will work at the moment. Another important thing is CJS and ESM integration. Dino from day one was ESM first. It didn't understand CommonJS modules. However, due to the fact that a lot of code offered for Node.js is still using CommonJS, it's crucial to provide this integration or interoperability between the two formats. And by the way, this is actually supported out of the box by Node.js, so we're just trying to catch up. Even though we are executing code authored for Node.js, this code is still subject to the same permission rules or allow flags that we saw at the beginning of the presentation. So that means that you can execute code authored for Node.js in Deno and get an additional benefit of being able to sandbox your programs to certain directories or certain internet domains, or don't allow it to spawn sub-processes. So what are the trade-offs of this compatibility? Well, some APIs that exist in Node.js and in Deno and in browsers, they're just not compatible. A good example is setTimeout. This is a global API. It is available in Node. It is available in browsers. It is available in Deno. In Node.js, you can also import it from the timers module. However, the difference is that in Node, when you call setTimeout, you will get back a timeout class instance. However, in browsers and in Deno, you will get back a number, which is an identifier for this timeout. In Node, due to this return type, a lot of packages rely on it to, for example, unrev the timer. That is, tell Node that if this timeout is the last thing to execute, or you don't wait on anything else, just don't wait for this timeout and let's finish running right now. And similarly, in browsers and in Deno, there's a lot of code that relies on the fact that you might want to do a type of check based on this return value. So there's a lot of code that does type of ID equals to number. And this is a really hard problem. We've been scratching our heads for 3 months already on it. So if any folks from Node's technical steering committee are listening to this talk, please reach out and let's figure out how we can make progress on getting this more compatible between the environments. Another trade-off is that the developer experience is not so great, but at the moment, we are working on this. We are making progress and are thinking about how this could be made nicer for users to switch between Node.js and Deno transparently. And why this DX is not so good? Well, you need to pass a lot of flags to Deno to actually tell Deno to behave like Node.js. You need to pass -- compat. So this flag actually sets up globals like process. Process is a global that is a global variable that is available in Node.js environment. However, it's not available in Deno by default. But if you pass this -- compat, you will tell Deno to actually prepare this global variable for you. You need to pass -- unstable. Once again, some of the APIs are not yet done, and they will undergo some changes or vetting process. So this is just to signal to users that, there might be some dragons here and there, but that's okay. We're moving fast. And most often you also need to pass -- allow read flag. And this is required for CJS modules, for CommonJS, because CommonJS resolution relies heavily on probing the file system and Node modules directories. And since it's implemented 100% in userland at the moment, it's subject to Deno permission checks. Another trade-off is that some APIs might not be supported at all in the future. So an inspector module or a V8 module, they might not make it to Deno at all. We are still discussing this. This is both a technical problem and a fact if we want to support these APIs because we think some of them are questionable. And one rather big caveat is that native add-ons will not be supported. Native add-ons in Node.js rely on Node.js and are basically C++, authored in C++, while Dino is actually authored in Rust. So it's not so easy to reconcile this problem due to ABI stability. However, I might have a good answer to this problem on the next slides. So before we get to that, let's briefly talk how does it all work. You might be surprised, but most of these APIs coming from Node.js are polyfilled in userland. Once again, I'm going to refer back to this project called Dino STD, which is a standard library that we ship with Dino. It's a collection of modules offered in TypeScript that are guaranteed to work with Dino. And in there we have this node module. And this node module contains a lot of files that basically polyfill all of the APIs available in various built-in Node.js modules. I encourage you to go to this link and check it for yourself. You might find this very educational. One problem with this is code that is the runtime code that provides built-in modules in Node.js is offered as CommonJS modules, whereas all of these code in Dino STD is actually ES modules. So not only did we have to rewrite most of the code to TypeScript and make it type safe, we also had to do a rather significant reorganization to make the code work because of different semantics of CommonJS and ES modules. So this is all fine and great that we could do this in userland. However, there are some very intricate APIs that are not really possible to being done in userland. And two of the examples would be process.onHandled rejection. So an event handler that is fired off when there is a promise that is being rejected but has no catch handler. In Dino, up to this point, this was always a hard failure. Your program would exit. Similarly, process.nextTick allows you to schedule a callback to be called after next tick of the event loop. And we tried polyfilling these APIs in userland. However, due to very strict semantics of where they should be called or when or what should happen, that is altering how Dino behaves, we couldn't just do this in userland. So we had to add some direct support for these APIs in Dino's core. So what's next for Node.js compatibility in Dino? Well, we want to ship the first version, the first publicly available version of this compatibility layer in the second quarter of this year. And some of the things we would like to do is firstly explore so-called superset approach, where Dino basically supports Node.js APIs out of the box without any special flags or different modes running that Dino would run in. So this -- compat flag might not be necessary in the future. Another idea that we are exploring is installation of packages from NPM to be handled transparently, similarly to how Dino fetches, caches, and transpiles code it discovers from URLs. We would like to provide similar functionality for fetching code from NPM directly. So you wouldn't need to do NPM install before running your code. You could just Dino run it, and Dino will figure out if it's missing some packages and fetch them from NPM. And circling back to the native add-ons, we are actually making great strides on the NAPI integration, and we are very confident that we could provide this integration to at least somehow bridge the gap between the two runtimes in terms of binary runtime extensions. Your feedback on this whole compatibility layer is extremely important to us and would be very, very helpful for our efforts and what should we prioritize first. So I encourage you very much to give this Dino run -- compat a go and let us know what you think. If you had any problems running some of the packages you use, or everything just worked out of the box, please try and let us know. And lastly, if you ever wanted to contribute to open source, Dino is always appreciating all contributions. We have over 600 contributors. We have tens of different projects, spanning from Rust projects, which are very low-level parts of the runtime, through higher-level functionalities like AST parsing, formatters, linters, bundlers, to projects written in TypeScript, JavaScript, and even projects that are completely front-end and don't touch backend at all. So yeah, please go to this URL and see if there's something that interests you. And again, all contributions are extremely welcome in Dino, and we appreciate all of them. Right, so I went pretty fast. We had a lot of ground to cover, but hopefully you found this talk interesting. Should you have any questions, please feel free to send me an email at this email address and visit our website at dino.land. Thank you for having me here, and see you soon.
Thank you, Barnett, for this amazing talk. I hope all of you learn a lot about Node.js compatibility in Deno. And if you have questions, as always, just go ahead on Discord on Node Talk Q&A. So, Barnett, join me on the stage so we discuss your poll questions.
Hi, thank you. Hi, thanks for having me here.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for this great talk. So let's see your poll. Which Node.js packages would you like to run on Deno? So we have Next.js, Nest.js, Webpack, Remix, Mocha, Parcel, in that order. Next.js winning with 34%. What do you think about this results?
To be honest, I'm not really surprised, and I have good news for everyone who voted for Next.js. We are actively working on getting Next.js support, and hopefully it should arrive within a few weeks. I'm actually kind of surprised that Nest.js is second and Webpack is third, but oh well, it's great to get feedback from our attendees, and this will help us tremendously in our efforts for better compatibility with Node.
Yeah, I would have thought Webpack would be more popular, but yeah, those are the results. Okay, so the questions is, Christina's asking, why use Deno instead of Node.js? Is Deno ready for production?
Right, so one of the biggest advantages of Deno is that we not only give you a runtime that can execute JavaScript and TypeScript, but also we give you a full toolchain. So if you're starting a new project, you don't need to worry about setting up a formatter, linter, test runner, bundler, documentation generator, all of this. This is already set up for you, and we ship it to you in a single executable. So you can get your project with proper continuous integration and tests in a matter of minutes. So no more bike shedding on which test runner we're going to use this time and what are the prettier settings that we want to apply. This is all done for you, and it's ready to go as soon as you download Deno. And is Deno production ready? Yes, it definitely is. We dog food Deno heavily in our Deno Land company, and we use it heavily for a multitude of purposes, but there are also many companies using Deno in production already. You can see this list going to the wiki on our Deno Land Deno repository.
Thank you. And Yua is asking, why do you try making Node.js compatibility in Dino? Should this be an effort of the library's developers to port their code for Dino?
Right. So why we're doing this? Well, the answer is simple. NPM is the biggest package library ecosystem in the world. It's bigger than Ruby's Gems or Python's PyPy. And a lot of users provided us with a feedback that they would love to use Dino, but since they cannot use libraries from NPM, it's not that compelling of a reason. So that's why we're working on this. But to answer the second part of the question, should you be porting code or writing especially for Dino? Well, it's really up to you, but I can suggest you to check DNT, which is another project from the Dino company. And it's a tool that allows you to offer the code for Dino first, but then it will transparently be set up to be published to NPM. So you can actually target both Dino and Node using a single Dino code base. And again, since we're shipping a full tool chain, you might find setting up and maintaining your project easier than having to rely on multiple dependencies from NPM to your formatting, linting, etc.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that makes total sense. Also, what about making a converter instead of making compatibility?
Yeah, we explored this avenue. However, it sounds a lot easier than it could be done. So a lot of code that is there authored for Node, it still relies on the callback-based API. And some of the flow of code in this case is not so obvious, and converting it automatically would be extremely error-prone compared to providing first-class compatibility. So instead of trying to do some conversions and then trying to fix errors, which you would probably have to do on your own, it seems easier and more bulletproof to provide these APIs that are available in Node already, and we will test and make sure that they will work the same in Dino.
Thank you. And what level do you think a dev should be to collaborate in Dino?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
What level do you think a dev should be to collaborate in Dino? I guess the person is trying to ask, like, you should be like maybe senior or junior. Like, I don't know what, maybe is that? Like, what level to collaborate in Dino?
Sorry, to code in Dino or to contribute to Dino?
To collaborate.
Collaborate, right. So, well, everyone is very welcome. We've got tens of different repositories and they span multiple projects because Dino is not a single thing. It's actually built out of different blocks, which are either Rust crates or JavaScript or TypeScript projects. So everyone can find something that they could contribute to, and doesn't matter how skilled you are. So if you feel comfortable in JavaScript, we got some projects that use only JavaScript. If you prefer TypeScript, we've got this huge project called Dino STD, which is a standard library that you can contribute to and either help us with the Node compatibility or provide a new module. Or if you prefer Rust, you can help us with the Dino itself or some of the tooling, because all of the tools like formatter, linter, etc., they're written in Rust. So drop to our Discord server, and I'm sure we can point you to the right direction based on what you're interested in and how confident you feel in either of these languages.
Yes, thank you. Are there any tools to write robust and report-friendly tests in Dino? That's a question from Ivan.
To test what? Sorry?
Are there any tools to write robust and report-friendly tests in Dino?
Right. So I would say that what we provide in Dino itself, the built-in utility, is robust enough. So there's a simple API, a single Dino.test function that you can use to register a test. And it doesn't matter if it's a unit test or an integration test. We've got a bunch of helpers like assertions or utilities to work with sub-processes. So you can test anything you want. And the great thing about Dino Test Runner is that it's not magical. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. It executes this test file and reports any errors. It doesn't mess with your global scope like sometimes Jest does. It doesn't add any new APIs. It's exactly the same thing as running just your program with this only one change that you got this Dino.test API available to you. And we actually provide a few helpers that make sure that your code doesn't leak memory, or that you clean up after you're done with some resources like files from file system or network sockets. So definitely check out Dino's built-in test runner. I think you will find it robust enough and simple enough to pick it up in a matter of minutes.
Thank you. And will we be able to run all existing NPM packages in Dino?
No, unfortunately, no. We are aiming for, say, 80 to 90% compatibility. There's a problem with some of packages that they, for example, rely on the native add-ons, which we won't be really able to support because add-ons offered for Node.js are mostly written in C++, and we don't really have a way to provide compatible API. However, if you use an API, then we think we might have an answer to that. And we are actually on the prototype stage of providing an API integration, which adding WASM would provide two different ways to run native code, both in Dino and in Node.js.
Thank you. Can Dino run native add-ons?
Yes. So one of the ways is WASM, if you consider this native enough. Another one is this NAPI integration that we are working on. And the third way is we actually have a proper FFI, or foreign function interface layer. So you can call into any code that uses C calling convention. So if you have an existing C++ library or something outward in NIM or Zig, or basically anything that uses C calling convention, you can use it from Dino. And this is actually quite a new thing. We decided to replace Rust-only native extensions with something that is available to use from many different languages. And we are actually seeing some exciting developments in this space, like running Python interpreter directly from Dino using this FFI API. So check out this API. You might find it very powerful and interesting. And of course, we're looking for feedback if some of the things are not suited for your use case.
Yeah, thank you. And the last question we have for today is, will Dino support an API?
Yeah, so I already answered this several times. It's not set in stone that we will definitely do it, but we have a proof of concept working. We are able to run multiple modules from Parcel that use an API, and some other modules like dprint or xutter. And this is using an API. So we are fairly confident that we'd be able to provide this integration. We are still discussing how this fits into Dino's permission model, etc. But yeah, it's definitely possible, and be on the lookout for news about this in the coming weeks and months.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This was very, very interesting. And I want to invite everyone to Spatial Chat to Bartlett Special Room. So thank you very much, and I'll see you there. Bye.
Thank you.
And with that, we have reached the end of the official boring part, because now it's party time. So, but before we get there, we still have a few announcements to make, and we have a winner to announce from the raffle. So we have learned a lot today. I have learned a lot today. I hope you also got good value for your money and time, and you had a good time. How about you, Anuradha?
Yes, I mean, it was amazing. So many in-depth talks, and like I took lots of notes. So yeah.
Yeah, you can't go to bed yet. You have to check it out, all the cool things you've seen. How about you, Liz? You had a good time?
Yeah, very good time. Like speaking and hosting the event for the first time was very cool, actually.
Yeah, I was planning to ask you who your favorite speaker of the day was, but I don't think you can give an honest
Me?
answer. Mine too, of course, mine too. So before we go to the after party, we have Git Nation multipasses to give away. So if you forgot what the deal was, you were supposed to tweet a photo of you in your setup on Twitter using the Node Congress hashtag. And I'm going to show you a few of the entries. So here we have one from Bjorn, and he is wearing a Stackhawk t-shirt. So I guess Bjorn participated in the workshops that were this week. So hope you also had a good time on the workshop, Bjorn. Who do we have here?
We have Maria. You asked for it, but the way she's at Mocha and is actually learning a lot. Oh, I love her. She has the dog and the best setup. I absolutely love that.
Yeah, that's a nice way to watch a conference.
Yeah.
And then we have Sachi is actually joined the Git Nation conference for I don't even know how many times. I think Sachi is already a proud multipass owner even, but super happy to have you again on board and love your setup and the, I can't find the English words, the stuffed animals. Yeah.
And see Ali. And oh, look, Liz, you are there. So yeah, on the screen, and she's watching us. Yes.
Stalker. And then we have Yagnesh attending Static First Websites No Congress. So he was watching Jonathan's talk, if I see correctly. Super nice. Good to have you with us.
And Macbacco, finally able to check Node Live, Node.js, Node Congress. So excited for the next 2 days. If the past week's workshop were an indicator for what's to come, well, it is. I hope you enjoyed this very, very much.
And
then we have Martin, this was from the start, so this is an old tweet from this morning. Happy to have you, Martin. And then last but not least, we have Riggin. Oh, Riggin, you have a nice photo of you and your wife from your wedding, I guess. Well, congratulations. I don't know how long it's been, but congratulations. And also a stuffed animal. So nice. So now
I want to mention that we are not going to mention all the tweets, but all the tweets are going to be in the raffle. So if you tweet Congress, you will be there. So don't worry.
So we are going to spin this little wheel of fortune. So let's just spin the wheel. I'm looking forward to seeing the winner. And the first winner of the 2 Git Nation multipasses we'll be giving away is Martin. Congratulations, Martin. Git Nation team will reach out to you. So keep an eye on your inbox. And then round number 2 for winner number 2. And don't fear, if you lost today, you can win again tomorrow. And that's Mark. Mark has won the 2nd Git Nation multipass. So Mark will be seeing you at the next Git Nation event. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
And also for you, the Git Nation team will be reaching out to you. So keep an eye on your inbox. And now let's see what's next.
Your feedback is very important for us. Tell us what you like about the Congress, why you didn't like everything, because that's the way we can improve and make it better. So if you go to nodecongress.com/feedback, that's where you can give us your very valuable feedback.
And once again, we would like to thank all our sponsors. This wouldn't have been possible without you all. Thank you.
And of course, the Git Nation team for organizing this event. I had a blast. Liz had a blast. Well, we've been over this. And once again, if you also had a blast, let us know in the feedback form. And now?
Now it's time to party. It's open for all the conference attendees and speakers. So yes, go to the after party program.
So everyone join our special chat and let's take a quick guide of what's going to happen. So this is the page on the screen where we have been watching the live stream today. And in a moment, it will turn into a party room.
Yeah.
There will be dancing. So Kenzie Dots will be hosting our Codenames game. We've done this before at previous events and it was a lot of fun, so don't miss out.
And in this room, we'll play Pictionary. On the background, you can see the link to join and a QR code to join the game. We'll start the game and everyone, one by one, will get a word to choose and need to draw it so the others could guess. It will be a lot of fun. I hope you're better drawers than myself.
Well, we'll see, Liz. It's about guessing. That's why you earn the most points. And another room is for the Great JS fans. So if you are into shooting people in the browser, you can do so these days. It's amazing. So find the link in the background of the room on Spatial Chat and join us.
And if you are not into playing, so we got you covered too. Go to the Check Chat room and chat with the speakers and community. And we will all see you at the party in just a few moments.
And if it's bedtime for you, then just go to bed and we'll see you tomorrow. But if it's not, then yeah, be sure to join the after party. It's going to be fun. Hope to see you then. Bye, everyone.
See you soon.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000. Even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic. Get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a TopTal freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
And when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a TopTal freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTel has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based end-to-end platform that enables you to efficiently build, host, scale, and secure sites and applications without worrying about infrastructure, whether it's 10 sites or 10,000, even on Fridays. Try for free at platform.sh.
Prisma is an open-source next-generation ORM for Node.js and TypeScript. Start by defining your models in the Prisma schema using an intuitive modeling language. Use Prisma Migrate to map your Prisma models to the database and let Prisma figure out the right SQL migrations for you. With the database schema in place, you can start querying your database using Prisma Client, a fully type-safe query builder that brings the fun back to working with databases. Prisma works with your favorite Node.js frameworks and libraries. Get started at prisma.io.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in Node with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Introducing StackHawk. StackHawk makes it easy to find and fix security vulnerabilities before deploying to production. With lightning-fast security scans, returning results for review and triage in minutes. Get started for free today at stackhawk.com.
I'm a top-tall freelancer.
Instead of working at one Fortune 500 company,
I have the opportunity to work with lots of them.
and when I'm finished with one job, my TopTal team helps the next job find me.
If I run into an issue on a current project,
I know that TopTal has my back.
The best part, I get paid like clockwork. So while I may work remote, at TopTal, I'm never alone.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
I make a lot of videos.
It's done.
With Mux, I can take control of my video experience. I can make GIFs from any video, pick whatever thumbnails I want to show in a gallery, add watermarks to stop the pirates of the world, and even make shareable clips for people to get previews of what I'm doing. Mux is how developers like me build online video.
Platform SH is a cloud-based